And keep the applause flowing because our very special dignitaries are joining us right now. Please, a round of applause for our doctors and, of course, the organizers of this beautiful event here this morning. Cheers. Standing. Or if you don't mind, let's be seated for now. When I see Nananum, I would ask you to stand and show them respect. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you. One more time, Arasa, we put hands together for the KSTS Regimental Band. Thank you so much. We're grateful to you. Well, today is the 4th of February 2026, and today worldwide is being observed or marked as the World Cancer Day. It's under the theme United by Unique. And for your information, today is going to be a very special day in your lives because we get to listen to a lot of information, a lot of education, and along the line would ask that you ask questions because we would have the best doctors amongst us here this morning. And so when we have that time where we have the panel conversation or discussion, if you have any question about any of the cancers, you can ask questions and then you'll be given the right answers. Now, I believe, are religious people. I am. I believe in my maker. And I will not do anything without praying. I remember when I was in my sixth form, one of my teachers said to me that the African is notoriously religious. How many of you believe in God? Raise your hands. How many of you believe in Allah? Raise your hands. There's still the one God that we believe in. So we cannot start any program without calling on the name of the Lord God Almighty to be part. So with a round of applause, please let's welcome Reverend Emmanuel Ado to give to us the opening prayer for today's event. I know that when we go to church once, there's a prayer set, we take some collection as well. So Rev, when you are done with the prayer, let me look for a collection bowl and take some money, yeah? Please put your hands together one more time for Reverend Ado.
Okay, what we are going to receive today is more than the collection that we take because it's concerning human's health. So that one is even better. Thank you. Okay, please let us begin our program with prayer as we bow our heads down. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the new day that you have given unto us. We are gathered today to acknowledge the impact of cancer on lives worldwide. Grant strength to those battling cancer, comfort to families, and wisdom to researchers and caretakers, as well as the health personnel. May this day be raise awareness and impair or inspire action towards cancer-free world. Father, bless those who are gathering here. Bless our students. Bless the entire nation. Bless the one who organizing the program and as well as the participants too. We thank you that you are with us. You are going to give us that opportunity and grace to honor your name. We thank you for your presence, and everything that we are going to do will be in favor. And then also at the end of the program, we continue to say thank you. We bless your name for answering our prayer in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Well, thank you very much. And that was Reverend Emmanuel Ado, who just gave to us the opening prayer. Now, I know that we're running a little late. Pardon us. Can I, within the next 10 minutes, the program itself will begin. That's to say, in the next 10 minutes, the program will begin. But whilst we are waiting for a very special person who will be joining us shortly, I'll call on the regimental band of the KSTS to one more time give us some beautiful songs. But, if you don't mind, let the songs be the kind of songs that we can dance to. So we have an opening floor here. If you're touched by the music and you feel like dancing, please feel free and do so. Now, when the Reverend Minister was speaking, he wished all the cancer patients well. Now, if you have cancer, there's not a death sentence. Have that at the back of your mind. And like I said, we'll be learning so much more later this morning. All right, so thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The respect of hand. Amen. Listen, put your hands together for your own selves. And if you don't mind, make some noise. Yeah. Listen, I like the morals. And I also love the energy. Listen, one more time, a round of applause for all the students in this beautiful auditorium at the KSTS. You didn't allow the music to go waste at all. And you know what you did? Initially, when we were done with the prayers, I said you can feel free and dance. But you were not responding. So we had the millennials. Some others started dancing. Their dancing was quite different from yours. You know, these are the Gen Zs. And the Gen Zs did their thing. By the way, Asani Piwai, Asabone Pao. What is the English name for Asabone? One person come. If you get it correct, I'll give you 100 cities right now. One student, come and tell me Asabone in English. Student, come, join me right now. Let's do this quickly. How do you say Asabone in English? If you know it, come right now. Come and tell me, and I'll give you 100 cities. You don't know. You don't want my 100 cities. Okay, count it to 5. If nobody gives me an answer, I'll keep my 100 cities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I get to keep my 100 cities. All right, so listen, gentlemen. Once again, on behalf of the organizers of this very beautiful program that we're about to witness, we welcome you warmly. You that we're going to make sure it's going to be worth your while. We'll make it worth your while. We can assure you of that. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome to the microphone a very special person who will be introducing to us the guests and also acknowledge the institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a round of applause, welcome Emma Blue Abedu to introduce to us the special guest amongst us this morning and also acknowledge the institution as well. Emma, tell me, did you enjoy the dance performance?
Absolutely. They are phenomenal. Clap for yourselves. Nananum, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing on all existing protocols with the exception of COVID-19 protocol. Thank you. It's an honor for me to introduce distinguished personalities with us. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for ourselves. We are all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. But yes. So in an event like this, you need somebody to chair the event, to spearhead event for you. Fortunately or unfortunately, our chair hasn't arrived, but he will be here very soon. In the interim, the program needs to start. So I will introduce our existing dignitaries here present. I will start from those on my left in front of the gathering in this auditorium. On the first row, on my immediate left, we have Professor Christian Ajare, Provost, College of Health Sciences, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I will jump next to him to the immediate right of the beautiful woman I just jumped over. I have my own father, Professor Frimpong Manso, who is an ambassador of BCI, Breast Care International, and former Superintendent Minister of the Assemblies of God. Next to him, to his right, is my own uncle, Dr. Pabna Opoku Edusei, a board member of Breast Care International and Peace and Love Hospital and former chair of the Ghana Medical Association. Next to him, to his right, is our own mother, our board chair, our patron, our guidance. She is well known when it comes to education and health issues. My own mother, Mrs. Theodosia Sengi. And please, she is the principal of Jackson University College. Shall we clap? Here. So the women are taking the form. Next, Jackson. Hello. Next to Mrs. Theodosia Jackson is our host, Engineer Professor Mrs. Abna Obri Yabua, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Kumasi Technical University. Mommy, you are welcome. Then to the next lane on my same right hand, there is this giant, handsome man. Yes. Sheniye, Professor Titiloye, consultant pathologist and head of anatomy, School of Medical Sciences, KNUS. Next to him is my boss, the medical superintendent of Peace and Love Hospitals, a principal investigator of Breast Care International Projects. He is also a consultant surgeon in the person of Dr. Benjamin Asante Oti. Next to my boss is another boss, another surgeon, consultant surgeon. BCI, another consultant surgeon in the person of Dr. Danny Suya. Next to Dr. Danny Suya is also another consultant endocrinology surgeon visiting Breast Care International and Peace and Love Hospital with the SCS group in Germany. Shall we welcome Professor Peter Goreski? Next to Professor Goreski is a woman I've bothered too much this morning in this auditorium, in the person of Madame Joyce Amwa, the Executive Secretary to the Vice Chancellor of this noble university. Then I move to my left side, the left-hand side, a beautiful woman who has the passion of guiding people, navigating patients. And the word patience is also her hallmark. Shall we welcome Mrs. Bennis Ofosuhim Piazza, counselor, KNUST, and a clinical psychologist with Breast Care International and Peace and Love Hospital. Next to her, to his left-hand side, is our own daddy, our spiritual leader, one of our guides within the region, who has spearheaded and mentored a lot of ministers within the Assemblies of God Church. Shall we welcome Dr. Douglas Frimpong? Next to Dr. Douglas, I have two handsome white men. Do you see them? Yeah. So we have Mr. Lewis and then Mr. Yassin from Venric West Africanist Company Limited, also from Germany. Then I go to the next lane. I see my own brother and namesake Emmanuel Bwedi, also with Mr. Luis and Mr. Yassan. Welcome. Next on the right to Mr. Emmanuel Bwedi is my own professor, my principal investigator for the ABCS project, in the person of Professor Reginald Annan of Department of Nutrition, College of Science, KNUST. Next to him, to his immediate right, is a beautiful, dazzling, young doctor. She is a doctor of nutrition. Wedidienya, who know, Naja Consultancy. Dr. Nancy for you. Next to her is also another partner of BCI, another distinguished professor from KNUST, Department of Pharmacology, in the person of Professor George Innocent. Then I miss my special auntie's name, also from the Department of Counseling and Clinical Psychology, School of Medical Sciences, KNUST. Auntie, give us a wave. Then I jump to the next lane. I have the Director of Nursing Services, Peace and Love Hospital. They are here. Directors, please give us a wave. Auntie Linda and Auntie Joyce. Next on that lane, next to that lane, we have a team from Roche. So please, Roche, rise. Let's acknowledge Roche. Roche is a pharmaceutical partner of BCI, and they are into research and training in cancers. On this note, We will hold on the introduction of Nananom till our chair is in. Then we'll come back and introduce Nananom after our Nana chair has arrived. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Still one person. I think I have to go back. Now come so yes, I mean, okay. So there is one woman I skipped during my introduction on my front row to my left side. Very beautiful, blinking. I think she's so obvious in the room, isn't she? Yes. She's in the person of Dr. Mrs. Beatrice Yafia, the founder and chief executive officer of Peace and Love Hospital and Breast Care International. She is a distinguished consultant surgeon, a distinguished consultant breast surgeon. She has a PhD in breast pathology management, currently the immediate past chair of the Ghana Cancer Board, currently the chairperson of Non-Communicable Disease Alliance Ghana. Hey, I need an A. A. Yes, she is the one who conceived this idea. And currently what we are celebrating, Breast Care International is the only registered organization under the Union of International Cancer Control, the biggest cancer organization in the world. And BCI is the only registered organization in Ghana under Union for International Cancer Control. And for your information, is the Union of International Cancer Control who initiated the celebration of World Cancer Day. So as we are here, we are being live, we are streaming live on all platforms of UICC. So if you go to UICC now on your social media platform, you see that this program is being streamed live there. Kind courtesy, Dr. Mrs. Beatrice Yafia. She also doubles as the executive advisory member for Direct Relief International. You will see some pull-ups with Direct Relief, others with Teva Pharmaceutical. They are all through her ingenuity and her hard work. She has served as the chairperson of IOTIC. IOTIC is the biggest cancer organization in Africa, African organization to research and training into cancer. And she's an immediate past chairperson of that organization. She doubles to serve as the ethics member of IAC. IAC is International Agency for Research into Cancer, an umbrella of WHO, which is responsible for cancers, of which we are celebrating this morning. With all due respect, we have some Queen Mothers joining us. Nana Hema Akwaba. Nana ememo hema na abedru ha no ye nana ememo he ne hema na aba no ani die mu a sorry ne ma nana yemfa ni die ema nana akwaba nana wo nkwaso ye ma wo akwaba.
Enye ofe. Bonsam kakra mam no mame e. We ho ne maame. O man awa too. Or no kwatena na konwa so. Please take your seats. Thank you so much. And if you don't mind, please, a very beautiful round of applause for Emma Brew Abedu for the nice job she did a while ago. Thank you so much, Emma. So, this very beautiful institution, as we all know it to be, is the Kumasi Technical University. When I drove in this morning, one of the things that caught my attention was how neat the place, is, and I should say even was at the time. And I also saw that many students were busy looking through their books. Some were engaging on, assignments given them and all that. And that's one of the things I do. When I go to a place, I try as much as possible to eavesdrop and to watch things. And so it tells you that we are in a very, very safe environment. So all the students here, whatever it is that you are served with, to make sure that you don't litter the place. Let's keep the place neat. And I'm sure that this school or this institution is looking forward to see some of you when you finish your senior high school education to be here to further your education. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome to give us a few words the head of this institution, that is the Pro-Vice Chancellor of KSTU, Professor Engineer Mrs. Apena Obriyabua, to give us a few words. Or you can do better with the applause, trust me. Yeah. And before I even hand over the microphone to her, great job you're doing. Great, great job you're doing, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the commendation. And yes, we'll be looking forward to receiving you all at Kumasi Technical University when you complete your second cycle education. Representatives of Breast Care International, our distinguished guests, health professionals and partners, members of the university community, students of Kumasi Technical University, students from our various SHS here present, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from Professor Gabriel Jomo, the Vice Chancellor of Kumasi Technical University, who sends his sincere apologies for his inability to join us in person this morning due to an equally important official engagement. And I am truly honored to represent him on this occasion and to participate in this meaningful observation of World Cancer Day organized by Breast Care International. Allow me, therefore, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and the university management, to warmly welcome Breast Care International and all our distinguished guests to Kumasi Technical University. We are grateful for your continued partnership and for choosing our university as the venue for this important program. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you today as we gather to commemorate World Cancer Day, a day set aside globally to unite individuals, communities, and institutions in the fight against one of the most significant public health challenges of our time. Your presence here signifies not only solidarity, but also a deep and shared commitment to promoting health, saving lives, and fostering hope. Today's gathering is more than a ceremonial observance. It is a powerful reminder that cancer affects us all.
Forgive me, Prof. But our chairman is now in. And so let's all be upstanding. And he's none other than Kufuor Dr. Nana Yao Ejei II. And he's the paramount chief of MIM traditional area. He walks majestically into this very beautiful auditorium this very morning to sit in as a chairperson for this event. So when the thoughts and ideas were being shared as to how we could put this together, a team from Breast Care International took a trip to Menchia Palace to engage with the king, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo II, who is on a vacation outside the country right now. So whilst Otumfuo was leaving, he asked Nana to join us here this morning in his stead. And that is why Nana is right here with us this morning. And like I said, he is Okofobo Dr. Nana Yao Ejei, the second paramount chief of the MIM Traditional Council, Nana Yamawakwaba. Nana Yama Akwaba, please take your seats now. And like I was saying, whilst the drumming was still ongoing, when this program was birthed, the organizers went to Malaysia to speak to the king, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. They invited him to come grace the occasion. But as we are very much aware, Otumfuo has traveled out of the country on vacation, so he couldn't leave the seat, vacant. So he asked that Nana joins us. And that is why Nana Kofubo, Dr. Nana Yao Eje, the second paramount chief of the MIM traditional area, is with us this morning. And for your information, he's an engineer by profession. He's also a lecturer at the Department of Aerospace Engineering, KNUST. One more time, round of applause for our chairperson.
Thank you very much. I continue. Today's gathering is more than a ceremonial observance. It is a powerful reminder that cancer affects us all, directly or indirectly. Behind every statistic, you find a mother, a father, a cherished colleague, a student, a neighbor, or a friend. Cancer does not discriminate by age, background, status, or geography. And so our response must also transcend boundaries, sectors, and individual differences. Breast Care International has distinguished itself over the years as a leading advocate in the fight against cancer in Ghana. Through awareness creation, screening, patient support, advocacy, your work has saved lives and given hope to many families. We commend you for your consistency, compassion, and commitment, which continue to shape progress in cancer education, prevention, research, diagnosis, and care. My heartfelt appreciation, therefore, to everyone who worked tirelessly to make today's program possible. Ladies and gentlemen, cancer remains a pressing public health challenge. And today is a reminder that knowledge, early detection, and collective action, such as today's awareness program, plays a crucial role in empowering individuals, especially young people with the information they need to make informed health decisions. Today is anchored on the recognition that we can and we must close the care gap. This challenges us to confront inequities in access to cancer care, inequities in information, screening, diagnosis, treatment, and calling on governments, institutions, communities, and individuals to work hand in hand to ensure that no one is left behind. Cancer is not just a medical issue. It's socioeconomic, educational, and developmental. It impacts productivity, destabilizes families, and strains national health systems. But with the right interventions, we should be able to see cancer not as a death sentence, but a manageable condition and even a preventable one. As an educational institution and a hub of research and innovation, we recognize our immense responsibility. And we at KSTU are proud to be part of this initiative. As a Center for Skills Development, Research and Information, we recognize our responsibility not only to train professionals, but also to contribute to national development through community engagement, public education, including health advocacy. And so we commit to community engagements and empowering the youth to shape tomorrow's healthcare landscape. I encourage our students and staff to take full advantage of today's program. Let us listen, learn, ask questions, and become ambassadors of cancer awareness within our own families and communities. Together, we can help reduce the stigma and promote early detection and healthy lifestyles. As we participate in today's activities, I encourage all of us to reflect on what more we can do. Let us ask ourselves, how can I contribute to early detection? How can I support life-saving awareness campaigns? How can we collectively ensure that cancer care becomes accessible, affordable, and equitable? Every effort counts. Your voice counts, and so do your actions. Let us remember that cancer control is not the work of the medical community alone. It involves everybody: teachers, policymakers, students, business leaders, families, communities. Together, we can amplify awareness. Together, we can promote healthy living. Together, we can advocate for stronger healthcare systems, and together, we can save lives. In conclusion, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I wish to once again thank Breast Care International and all partners for organizing this important event. We wish you a successful and impactful World Cancer Day celebration here at Kumasi Technical University. May today inspire deeper understanding, stronger collaboration, and renewed dedication to the cause of cancer prevention and care. Thank you for coming, and may we continue to stand together in the fight against cancer. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure you can do better with the applause for me. And that's the Pro-Vice Chancellor for this beautiful university, Professor Engineer Mrs. Apena Obreyeboa. And yes, when I mentioned that some of you become students in the future here at this institution, she endorsed it. But it's not going to come your way on a silver platter. It will take hard work. So learn hard. All right? The way you dance with all the energy, with all the morale beautifully, keep that same dedication and commitment to your books as well. She also talks about interventions. And Prof, indeed, with the right interventions, we would indeed be able to make a headway. And that's why Breast Care International says early detection, prompt action. One more time, thanks very much for those kind words. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Augustine Teria. She is a consultant gynecologist. She just joined us this morning. Doc, if you're here, can you just raise your hand? So yes, there he is. And also Dr. Samuel Amanama. He's a consultant urologist. I've disturbed him several times on radio Uh, he's a very fine urologist. Dr. Manama, good morning to you. And thanks very much for your presence as well. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, when Emma was introducing to us the guests here present, she kept referring to some as uncles, as bosses, as aunties, as handsome men. She never recognized me as handsome. Maybe I'm not. I don't know about that. But one person she referred to as a mother is equally my mother and a proud one as such. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Breast Care International, and she is indeed the breast she's the chairman of the board of directors for the Breast Care International. Please welcome warmly Mrs. Theodosia Jackson with the Jackson University College. When she was being introduced, you were told that she's an educationist. She's not just an ordinary educationist, she's a disciplinarian. Even at my age with my bald hair, she sometimes disciplines me. And so I need to put myself in check. One more time, a round of applause for Mrs. Theodosia Jackson of the Jackson University College.
Nananum ne nanahemanum. The existing protocols observed. Hosea 4:6 indicates that due to lack of knowledge, my people perish. So we've gathered here today for a very important education to impact those outside. It's World Cancer Day. Why is it not World Sasabro Day or World Headache Day? So many diseases, but why is it cancer? Because cancer is no respecter of men. A colleague passed on last week, attended the 1 week, and the cause was cancer of the nose. I've never heard of that. Cancer of the eye, of the ear, of the throat, esophagus, stomach, bones, skin, any part of the body. There is a disease which cancer, or an organ rather, which cancer can affect. It's globally. It's not only in Ghana. When we talk of malaria disease, some countries, they don't even know. They are not affected. But as for cancer, North, South, East, and West, Pacific, Atlantic, people are dying because of cancer. And the name cancer is more frightening, like a lion in the jungle. But today we want to know that it's only the name that is frightening, but early detection, prompt action does not make cancer so fearful. There are reverend ministers here. Their introduction, the reverends were omitted, and that is my important recognition to them. Here gathered, you were him for. You were software. Software no senya wama ehye nkom a emma ne bia asofo kronkron e wa ha. Ye wo school for ye wo mpanyimfo. Cancer no eye babies. Eye mmerewa nkokra prachifo professors ya yanko school da. Ya ye wo ha no obi a kan. Ye nuanu mi bo nwom Solomon Awurade bisa Solomon, what do you want? If Solomon were to be alive, he would tell God, God, I don't want to fall sick with cancer. Lord, I don't want any member of my family to contract cancer. Because if you know someone, a relative who have contracted cancer, you, the attendee, emotional stress that you will go through. So for me, I don't sing that song, so today we are here. Knowledge. We have come here. We heard of the dignitaries, various departments that they had come from. And we would tap their knowledge this morning. On that note, welcome each and every one of you here. Students, you've really comported yourselves. Plot for yourself. Oh, my dear, my dear. Oh, na mumpo mama mo humpo na mwambo ni ye. Na mumpo mami dear kamumo. God bless you. God bless you. With patience, we are the ambassadors. We will go home, tell our friends, our colleagues, our classmates who are not here, tell our parents, our friends, our church members who are not here. Welcome each and every one of you to this August program. God richly bless you. Thank you.
Mommy, did you say August? We're in February. I don't mind me. She said August program. Please put your hands together for her. Mrs. Teresa Jackson of the Jackson University College. So a while ago, our chairperson walked majestically into this beautiful auditorium. We've already introduced him to you already. We've told you a few, interesting things about him. For example, that he's an engineer by profession, and he's also a senior lecturer at the Department of Aerospace Engineering at KNUST. Nana has joined us. We want to go to Nana and welcome him in a very special way. Now, unfortunately, all of us cannot do that. So our special dignitaries will do that on our behalf, and I'm sure that they'll be led by Mrs. Beatrice Biafe Ade. Please, Nana, Wadarma se kwanda wa ni bisi bisha kakra. Yada asinada. Well, like I said, he is Okrofo Dr. Nana Yao AJ II, and he is a paramount chief of the Mim traditional area. And he's here with us this morning representing His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei II. Now, Otumfuo, as most of you are very much aware and know, is out of the country on a vacation. Boy, Jumasa, Kojina Homikakra. Ntoko no so nje musa. No kache na nase nana. Wadarma mehwe mechima men. Ntina nana wahano. Timpinfo no ema nana akwaba. Yeah, that's a handsome gentleman Emma talked about. I was envious of the way Emma introduced him. Very handsome, she said, huh? And I like the smile on his face as well. Mm. Well, we're excited to have especially the students amongst us here this morning. Please make sure you make it worth your while. All the statements, all the speeches, all the engagements, make sure they stick in your head. All right? Make use of them. They are very vital. They're very, very important. Don't just sit here, make friends, laugh, and then go with nothing. Go with some knowledge. It's very important. Charlie cameraman, I'm on job running and I say, Mama, Bruna, chow chow. Me kind of bro, my friend, White, I like your native sandals. You look good in them. Nice one. Yeah. It's called chow chow. I'll come to you to pronounce it. It's not chow chow. It's chow chow. It looks really good on you. So to all the dignitaries here present, thank you very much for welcoming Nana in a very special way for us. Please put your hands together for them. So as we have already said, Nana is here this morning as a chairperson for this function. Now, he'll be speaking to us in a bit. But we cannot just ask Nana to come and address us without giving him something special. So Miss Osei is here to give us a cultural performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Miss Osei. For me, he's right behind me. So his name is Okufubo Dr. Nana Yao AJ the second. We beside the other bay maybe. Can we put on his microphone? Let's put on his microphone. I'm told it's on, please.
Hello? Bibebusa. Sanedini. You know, say, it's that I can say literally means speak. Because I didn't know you mean. Obi kasano wa mtebu sansa na wo set. Enti sel eye kasa. Pra eye touch. Se wo pre bibi. Wa eye de ketwas small. So eye touch. Speak small. The small instrument speaks when it is touched. And was discovered around 1600. So our highlight that we're enjoying today started with this. We have almost about 23 traditional instruments that have been neglected. You don't like them. We're trying to promote the Western instrument. We have forgotten ours. And the future leaders, this is one of our instruments. Into mobile Asiapomi, don't forget it. 1964, my grandfather had a dream and rediscovered this instrument, taught me how to play. And to obey dream, and I made Jim Musika idea. Big dream na made it to 3 acquire. The minimum say, ya die as soon and nay. I want to bound for so. And I'm my hand. Doctor Yao AJ. Meboa. And I want to open for you now. A medical mama kwaba. I couldn't run into Namosiamo. And my winning a fish upon a kwaba. I said to you, Yamiatum, and fire you, and you know, Yamiatum, quack. Dima fui, why ye any what? I mean, Casaka. When you're more when near our boss, when I'm in a ball war, when on you know war, when you party a semano, what you be and point a man at Yasimo, Tiacasa. Set on your social media. And feeding me a mammy, and so I die as well was, yeah, and tell you why you on an penny for you now. Over you bitches. We are fear there. Chilma boy, the other us. Or maybe a year, regional poem within a soul. Adeɛ baako a mepɛ sɛ yɛhunu ne sɛ ɔman bia ne da so agyina apɔmudene so. Nyame bɔɔ yɛn no wɔ bɔɔyareɛ obi nte ase. Nti wɔ se dua n'aba no monni bi na n'ahaba mfa nsa yareɛ. Ɛkyɛ sɛ wɔde yareɛ no hyɛɛ baabi. Na adeɛ baako a tumi ma yareɛ na anim gu yɛ aseɛ ne sɛ wohu ne ntɛm a anyigye so me nua tua na mowo ɛno deɛ nkonimdeɛ bɛba. Yɛpɛ nso yɛtena anyɛ yie yare bɔne bi ne ɛnyɛ no. Yare akɔ ankorɔ ɛda na di wɔ nipadua nyinaa mu. Edurubere bi a w'ani wohwene ɛnufoɔ wonam dua yi baabiara deɛ wɔpɛ no ɔyɛ. Yade yɛ ma abusua bi ne da so ayera. Sɛ wokɔ paa na akɔto obi a saa yare ɛnɛ yɛhyia ebi ayɛ no a mekɛn abusua no da anofoɔ no mu. To ɔbaa pa mpanimfoɔ deɛ ɛnam ase da mo ase. Adeɛ baako a ɛyɛ a mefa ɛne mmabunu deɛ yɛyɛ nyinaa sɛ mpanimfoɔ no koraa sɛ ayɛ yɛn a yɛmpɛ sɛ ebi bɛyɛ mo. Na mo dodoɔ a mowɔ yi ara akyerɛ sɛ moayɛ ahoboa. Mesrɛ wo sɛ wo nipadua yi baabi gyegye wo a ɛntra ase o. Ɔmmɔdena fa kyerɛ akɔnnɔ ne ɛne ntena yɛ wɔ no ho nimdeɛ. Na wie ananom me nansa da ɛna ewiase nyinaa edi saa da yi. Ewiase nyinaa ma saa yare wɔ yi ayɛ pɔpra papapapa. Wodwene ho a wonte ase a ne tirim wɔ dɛn. Nti Beatrice Wiafe adɛ ɔsɛ ɔne ne mpanimfoɔ deɛ yɛntena ase. Me papa no masɔfo a mowɔ ha ɛnɛ kwasi ada ɛbɛ yi yɛde mati wetiri nsini mu nson bɛto hɔ ne yɛpirikyi cancer. Efisɛ Yesu baayɛ no na onim sɛ nipa bɛtie asɛm nti ɔde cancer yareɛ no ansa. Wo ho tɔ wa na wotie Awurade asɛm. Wo ho na wototo ɛdodo wohunu deɛ woyɛ. Wo sɛ Yohana tensia nyam nson. Ɛnyɛ yie. Nti ɛsrɛ yɛnkɔ sɛ wowie no baabi ha mene yɛntena wo ɛnsae berɛ ɔmu so ɛ. Nti nanae mede sɛfrɛ wɔ ɛbɛgye wo taataa mema frafra nsa nyankontom frɛ nsua no pɛ tututu wɔkomforo boe. Yɛnim sɛ yareɛ no baabi a wɔwɔ bi a wɔboɔ koraa wafo. Yɛnim sɛ ma me Nyame nhyira. Ebi mmerɛ bio. Yɛnim sɛ yareɛ ma nsɛm bɛfo so. Wɔkɔkoro boe. Ɛda wo ase ɛne wo berɛ. Nti deɛ meka sɛ yɛbɔ mu ɛbɛyɛ yie. Mommyɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ yie a yɛbɔ mu a. High life. Yɛbɔ mu ɛbɛyɛ yie. Mommyɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ yie. Yɛmommyɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ yie. Yɛmommyɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ yie. Yɛano ɛbaakɔ werɛ aduro maakɔ kyerɛ ɔdamfoɔ. Mommyɛ nyina mmɔ mu o. Yɛbɔ mu yɛbɛyɛ yie sɛ ya. Yɛde wo ase. Yɛbɔ mu yɛbɛyɛ yie. Yɛbɔ mu yɛbɛyɛ yie. Mommyɛ mu.
Well, I'm sure you would agree with me that we can do better with the applause for Ms. Osei here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our chairman, Okofo Board, Dr. Nana Yao AJ II, Paramount Chief of MIM Traditional Council, to speak to us. And so, if you don't mind, please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Let's show him some love, please. Welcome Nana for us. How many of you have phones in this auditorium? I hope that, yes, I know your students, you don't have to have phones, but you're always finding your way around some of these things. If you have your phone with you and you have lights on your phone, I would ask you to do something special for me in a bit. But for now, let's listen to Nana, our chairman for this morning's occasion. All right, so what's going to happen is Nana is going to give us his acceptance speech and also address us, after which later he'll give us his closing remarks. So please, welcome Nana for me. Nana will join us upstage right now. So Nana is going to give us his speech and also his acceptance of being the chair for this morning's event. He's going to put it all together for us right now. At such events and programs, a lot of speeches are shared. They are very important speeches. So when they are being given to us, let's listen to them with rapt attention, as we'll be able to learn a thing or two from all those speeches. Nana now joins us off stage. And I love the entourage as well.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Before I say anything, I would like to apologize for being late. And I have a good excuse. Kumasi traffic offers a very good excuse. And I'm using it today. I'm glad the function started in my absence. And World Cancer Day is an important occasion. The only thing I have against the wedding is celebration. It's not celebration. It's better than that. We are recalling our people, our citizens, boys and girls, women, children, and men who are born due to cancer. It's a solemn day for me. And if I were allowed, I probably would request just 1 or 2 seconds to pray for the dying of cancer in various hospitals across the globe, in Ghana, in Africa, Australia, the US. As we gather here today, I'm sure there are a lot of families who are grieving because of their passing away of their children, grandchildren, parents, and it hurts. And I'm glad I'm participating in this important occasion. I'm grateful to Dr. Biafre Peace and Love Hospital for inviting me to chair this occasion, this event. I thank you so much. When you are made a chairman of such grand occasion as World Cancer Day, it's not a small burden. So I'm going to request everybody in Ananum to help. Dr. Biafre, Vice Chancellor, and all important and non-important dignitaries gathered here. students in particular. They are very young, they are coming along, and this occasion should be very important for them to be aware of what you call cancer. If I were to refuse the chairmanship, I'll be refusing my ancestors, and that would be very dishonorable. I therefore accept the position as chairman for today's function, and I'm requesting everybody to help me out. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Nana Chair. And I like his humility as well. Many a time, you might go for such events, the chairperson might run in late, will not even have the courtesy to apologize to you for being late. But with humility, Nana tells us the reason why he arrived late, and he's also asked us to support him to chair this very wonderful event. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, a round of applause for our chairman for this beautiful event today, Nana Akufo-Addo Yaw-Gyei II. So I said to you a while ago that today is being observed worldwide as the World Cancer Day. It is under the theme United by Unique. Now, the very special person who put this event together is up next to address us all. Now, I've known her for almost 20 years. And in that 20 years, her love for humanity is second to none. There are times on radio, somebody will call you and tell you about a problem she has or their wife has in terms of breast cancer. All I need to do is to just place a call to this special woman, and all I'll hear from the other side of the phone is, David, let them come over to Peace and Love Hospital. Some of the people who go to her are people who do not have money. They have nothing. But yet, out of the kindness of her heart, she's able to treat them sometimes for free. Now, she's done so well that she even knows people she can easily call who come and say, we want to support you. We want to help you. We are there for you. And I think that she deserves a round of applause. Before I got to know her, I felt and I thought that cancer was a death sentence. But the way she will speak to you, the assurances she will give to you, and the treatment she gives you will let you know that cancer is no death sentence. There are many women I've seen in this auditorium who have survived breast cancer through her support and her care. Now, some of the stories are crazy. Have breast cancer. My husband says, well, because I have breast cancer, we jam our rear. Some of them want to hang themselves by committing suicide and all. She gives them assurance. She gives them a second chance to life through God Almighty. One more time, a round of applause for this woman. So if you're in this auditorium, you have a mobile phone with you, just turn on the torchlight on your mobile phone and throw it on her. I want her to shine the torchlight on her this morning. If you're in this auditorium, you have a mobile phone with you. Yes. Thank you very much. I want to see more torchlights on our phones. Turn them on, turn them on, turn them on, turn them on. And that is Mrs. And this is also to signify the departed, people who have given up, those who died as a result of cancer. The light is to show them love wherever they are right now, this very morning. So, Dr. Mrs. Beatrice Afiade has a few words for us. Please, let's listen with rapt attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nana Dr. Chair, Nana Nom, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I always say that it's like they select the kind of breast cancer patient I should have. And the kind of survivors I have are the loudest in the world. And I appreciate them a lot because they are the faces of breast cancer and they give hope to those who have lost hope. At this moment, please join us to celebrate our loved ones who have lost the fight to breast cancer. If you can put on your lights, just a few seconds, put them on, and let's celebrate our loved ones. Could be our mother, our father, our auntie, our grandmother, our child, our uncles, and we are losing a lot of people to cancer. This is unacceptable. Thank you. Thank you so much. And may their gentle souls rest in perfect peace. May we not continue to have more people losing the battle. So today's World Cancer Day, and I like what our chairman said, it's not supposed to be a celebration, but we are actually joining the world to talk about cancer. And here, I want us to think beyond today. The theme United by Unique means that every cancer journey is unique. Every story is unique. Every story is special. Everybody is unique and special, but we are all united by that one word, cancer. I want us to think about our cultural orientation as a people, the legacy beyond a lifetime, and giving towards cancer care in our country. I want to thank the sponsors, especially Kempinski Hotel, who is at this very moment feeding about 70 breast cancer patients and survivors in Accra, the Peace and Love Hospital. We thank them a lot. Cancer is a global problem. It's not only in Ghana or Africa that we have cancer. And so we think that it's caused by witchcraft. It's not a spiritual disease. It's not caused by witchcraft. It's a hospital disease. Since 2002, WHO came out with the findings that cancers are killing more people than HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria combined. Although the world is rightly focused on controlling the spread of the the infectious diseases, we are in danger of ignoring the growing burden of cancer. If we are seeing na dream, yare pofrum yare. But nipa bebree na cancer ɛyɛ wɔn a eku wɔn. Sɛ sɛ yɛyɛ ho biribi. And according to GlobalCan, Ghana every year more than 27,000 new cancer cases are diagnosed. And out of that, about 18,000 people die. These are not just statistics. These are not just figures. They are our mothers, our sisters, our aunties, our uncles, our loved ones. So they are human beings behind these figures. In the year 2022, we've launched the first ever Lancet Oncology Commission's report on sub-Saharan Africa. Lancet de nhwehwɛmu bi bɛdan adi fa cancer ɛwɔ Africa yɛn yɛfa mu ha. Nneɛma bebree na ɛda adi. Those of you who are Ghanaians, you can see the people in there. Our former First Lady, our former Minister of Health, present Vice President, the first ever female Vice President we have, and our chief of staff. They were all there when we were launching the report. It just shows us that cancers do not discriminate. It doesn't matter whether you are in party A or party B, you can be diagnosed with the disease. We have seen too many reports, too many words, too many good intentions, too many families torn apart, and too many excruciatingly painful deaths. To see yet more delays in taking collective action to accelerate cancer control in sub-Saharan Africa. Yɛhu nkurɔfo bebree a cancer ku wɔn. Bebree, yɛadɔfo, yɛ maamenom, yɛabusuafoɔ, ayɛ yie. Ɛsɛ sɛ yɛyɛ ho biribi na yɛtumi ɛsɔpo saa ewuo basabasa a ewuo no bi wɔ hɔ a ɛnsɛ sɛ nka ɛba, but because sɛ yɛnkɔ ntɛm nti na ɛde ewu aba. We have a national crisis at hand. The cancer burden is rising in Ghana. Nipa bebree na enya cancer. The late diagnosis and high cost claims a lot of lives. Too many Ghanaians have to seek care abroad. Yɛn nuanom bebree na wɔn nya cancer. This wɔn tu kwan kɔ aburukyire ansa na wɔn akɔsa wɔn ho yareɛ. Nipa dodoɔ sɛn ɛna ebetumi akɔ. Bebree naa ntumi ntu kwan. Sika no wɔ he? So a national response is needed. Access to treatment remains a major challenge. In Ghana, a population of about 35 million, we don't have not one stand-alone comprehensive cancer center of excellence. Yɛnni asɔeɛ biara a yɛbɛka sɛ asɔeɛ wei deɛ cancer nko ara ho adwuma na ɛyɛ ɛwɔ ɔman yi mu. Population of 35 million, yɛwɔ radiotherapy units mmiɛnsa. Ɛno koraa yɛbɛtumi aka sɛ mmienu ne fa because ebi wɔ hɔ a afe mu a na ɛnyɛ adwuma. Ka ɛbɛyɛ yie a nka ɛsɛ nipa 1 million biara yɛnya 1 radiotherapy machine. In the 35 million, we need about 35 radiotherapy centers, but we don't have them. After the launch of the report, some of these consultants came together. Professor Wolungwa, Professor Stephen Avery, Professor Saifo Haq, who is the chairman of the advisory committee of the Otumfuose to the second Comprehensive Cancer Center of Excellence, Bishop Dr. Evans Glover, who is the chairperson of BCI America and the Otumfuose to the second Comprehensive Center of Excellence. Mrs. Theodosia Jackson. Can't count how many patients Mrs. Jackson has helped us to treat. May God bless you, ma. So we came together and put our heads together. Now we need to have our own cancer center of excellence in our country so that it's not everybody who can travel outside. Let's treat our people here. Fortunately for us, we have these consultants from leading universities in Europe, America, Asia, who are ready to help us to put up our own center, which will have the prevention and awareness wing, research, training and education, diagnosis, pathology, surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy, which is the new way cancers are being treated, palliative care and rehab centers, survivorship, and an AI hub. We approached the Hiahine, who is the chairman of the Otumfuose to the second foundation. So the board members and some members from University of Pennsylvania joined us, and we went to seek permission to name the center after His Royal Majesty Otumfuose to the second. We went to him, presented the project to our king, and he accepted the project and blessed us. So a 52-acre plot of land, which is located at Kwaso near Edriso, and Edriso Mahima is represented here today, is the site for the new center. We did the opening ceremony or the sword cutting ceremony, and the center is the O24 Osei to the Second Comprehensive Cancer Center of Excellence. You can see our former President Kufuor here. He is our patron. He's been working with us since 2014, when we even had to celebrate the world, the work for the cure with the wife of blessed memory, when it was her birthday in Sunyane. These are the board of directors, and I can't thank them well enough. We have some here, and the advisory committee, who are distinguished personalities across the globe. And this is what the dream is about. Is that one? Who is on there? So that's the dream. We want to have this, but we are phasing the project. And the phase 1 is going to cost us 10 million US dollars. We can do it. The number of universities in US, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in Ghana, who are ready to help us to participate in the education and training and all that we need to do. Ghanaians value legacy and posterity. We build homes, schools, trusts, and institutions. We honor names that endure beyond death. Legacy is deeply cultural, not foreign. Yen Ghana for yedo yen nkrofo a edi yenim. Yetimi si edan bebree, asikafo bebree na asisi adan. Nanso de na yehu, onipa ne yodefo, osisi ejapade ne bebree, owu a na nachi aye basa. Ntokwa si na fe eniema a obepre nya ni nyina ase. And giving to healthcare is not yet embedded culturally. Cancer patients struggle to get help at the beginning of their treatment when cure is possible. Time na yare na ba onipa ni hia mmoa say de besa ne yare no onye obi amboa no. Edu time aye denden na wobubu agu wheelchair mu wontumi nante wontumi hume saa bre no na busuafo edi nachi de ba hospital saa time no woyɛ ho hwe a enye yie. We should help patients at the early stages. Ghanaians already believe strongly in posterity, family honor, name preservation, communal benefits. We are simply redirecting that belief towards cancer care. Saa adwene na yɛwɔ sɛ yɛbɛpɛ nneɛma yɛde bɛpɛ agyapade agu hɔ yɛde bɛsisi adan ama yɛmma daakye wɔn koraa baa bi a ɛdan na wosiiɛ no ɔmpɛ efisɛ ayɛ dada nti saa sika no fa bra ɛbɛboa cancer sie na yɛsi no. We need to leave a national footprint. Ɛsɛ sɛ yɛdi hɔ yɛgya asase yi so a yɛgya biribi. Yɛmfa yɛdin ɛngya ho. Wokɔ St. Jude Children's Hospital wɔ US a wall biara yɛakata ho. Nkurɔfoɔ din, busua din, ɛma din, nea wɔde boa hospital no. Nti nipa fi ameyɛyɛ bebree ɛkɔgye treatment ɛwɔ hɔ. Legacy is not only property. Legacy can be life saved. Legacy can be national impact. Legacy can shape future generations. This center is not for one generation. It's for our children and our children's children. Cancer care needs long-term sustainability, especially the continuum of care. Ghanaians understand legacy. We build for generations. We plan inheritance carefully. We take pride in names that endure, yet rarely do we think of health infrastructure as part of what we leave behind. World Cancer Day presents an opportunity to change this mindset. And now World Cancer Day, a baby, you bet me the assistant yadre. kakra a yɛbɛnya biara wowɔ ntoma mmienu a wobɛtumi aka sɛ me ntoma wei deɛ mongye na momfa mmoa cancer ɛhwɛ no ɛbɛtumi agye onipa baako nkwa. Such a center must be built not only with bricks and blocks or equipment, it must be sustained by vision. And I'm advising or inviting all of you to join hands with us. I'm calling on individuals, families, corporate founders, especially those blessed with resources, to consider including the Cancer Center in their estate planning. Even a modest percentage of an inheritance can fund treatment, research, training, and early detection services that will save countless of lives. This is not about giving away wealth. It's about transforming wealth into wellness. And yes, yes, if our Japadi in Abraham, now mum kakrana radidi adomono, fabua na yenya enkwa ewo man. Countries that invest in specialized cancer centers retain talent. They attract medical tourism and protect their citizens from catastrophic health expenditure. Ghana can do the same if we plan boldly, and we need bold people to do this. Just want to share this new technology. And this technology is saying that we can drink wine without the glass. And so with Professor Richard Levinson of UC Davis, Professor Eric Sabel of University of Washington, and Beatrice Wiafiade of Peace and Love Hospital, here in Kumasi, we have the first and only CoreView instrument that is able to diagnose breast cancer within 10 minutes. And we have the professors of pathology here. They know how long it can take sometimes to prepare slides and blocks and read. And so sometimes patients can wait for weeks, months, and sometimes forever because samples can even get missing on the way. And so Ghana has this equipment and other countries are waiting for us to share with them. Legacy of life saves life. Invites estate-based giving. 1 to 5% of an inheritance can build ward, train specialists, support research, keep Ghanaian lives at home. Named endowments and family legacies. It's a quiet and dignified and impactful way of sharing your wealth. It strengthens national pride and retains medical talent, keeps care in Ghana, and improves health tourism. The Otumfuo said to the Second Comprehensive Cancer Center of Excellence is a promise. A promise of dignity, purpose, and legacy in cancer care. Cancer is silently claiming thousands of lives across Ghana every year. Mothers, fathers, wives, children, and community leaders are being lost. Many simply because they were diagnosed too late or could not afford specialized treatment. This is not just a health issue, it's a national emergency. And we have to start now. What if your name did not only live on in property, but in life saved? What if long after you are gone, a mother survives breast cancer because of a center you helped build? A child receives timely diagnosis because of equipment you helped fund. A Ghanaian no longer has to travel abroad for cancer care because you planned for the future of this nation. I'm calling on visionary Ghanaians, non-Ghanaians, individuals, families, and institutions to consider willing a portion of their estates towards this center. I want to thank all those who supported us, and Louis is here, and all our partners who supported us during the work when we had more than 35,000 people. Professor Jari is also here in the front row, working for the cure for breast cancer. The section of our gallant warriors who have fought breast cancer and succeeded in the fight. The diagnosis of breast cancer is not the end of your life. We have to be happy. Life should go on. The fact is, obi anya breast cancer no, enkyerɛ sɛ ɛsɛ sɛ owu, ɛsɛ yɛgye yɛn ani. Yɛhyɛ ase wohu breast cancer survivors a wɔn ti gu mu a wɔn sa. Ebi mo ho ɔden, ɛkyɛ wɔn a wɔn nya ayare ni bi koraa. And so let's not see the diagnosis of breast cancer as a death sentence. Our call to action is that on this World Cancer Day, I wish to challenge all of us to expand the meaning of legacy. Think beyond today. Plan for generations. Turn wealth into wellness. Legacy measured only in property fades. A legacy that saves lives endures. My legacy will save lives. What will yours do? And so the Otumfuo said to the Second Comprehensive Cancer Center is a hub for all cancers, not only breast cancer, for all cancers and for everyone. Let's him. And finally, I want to say that where a woman or a person lives should not determine whether he or she should survive or die from cancer. Let's all play our part in this endeavor. Together, we can defeat cancer. Thank you, and thank you for Nana Dr. Chairman, who joined us, and the provost and the other dignitaries, are board members who joined us to go and report to the Otumfuo State to the second how the cancer center is doing. We are just at the foundation stage, so we still need help. And I want to thank those who have already started contributing. The chief of Kwaso wanted to join us, but he couldn't come. We thank everyone, and I hope that beyond today, we will talk about cancers differently. Thank you.
And to all the survivors, please stand on your feet. I like the way you sang beautifully for her. To the survivors. And mommy, don't leave me yet. Don't leave me yet. Don't leave me yet. I never knew they had a special song for you. I'm gonna say, oh, you're not for him. And remember, so penno for me, say me penno for part. When someone say, money, you know, we're streaming live on various platforms. I'm told that you have a platform like the UICC where people are watching us. For people who are watching us and they are touched and would want to contribute to this Center of Excellence, how do we do that contribution? How do we support this beautiful dream of yours?
Thank you so much. We will put the numbers before we leave here. If you call anybody from the Breast Care International or the Peace and Love Hospital, you call David Akwete from Love FM, and you call Hello FM or Despite Media, I mean, we will run to you. We will come to you, and whatever you want to give us, we will pick it and account for it. We already have a financial institution who is managing this center for us. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Now, for those of you who would want to support this worthy cause, I'm told that we'll be projecting the numbers and accounts as to how you can send in your contribution. At this point in time, let's welcome to grab the microphone and give us a few words. In fact, the person is going to give to us a keynote address, Professor Christian Ajari. Prof, if you're here, please join us right now and give us the keynote address before we move on to the next stage of today's program. Please welcome him warmly for me. Now, for those of you who have copies of the program, I'm sure you're wondering why we're asking Prophet Jerry to speak right now. He has other, pressing event to attend, so he wants to take his time now. Prof, good afternoon, and thanks very much for your time. In fact, you've been patient with us. We're thankful to you, and let's hear you now.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Akoyete. The chairman and Otufo representative, Kofo Abo, Dr. Nana Yao Ejeyi II. The president of Breast Care International, our venerable Dr. Mrs. Beatrice Wiafe Ade, chairperson and members of the board of directors of Breast Care International, distinguished guests, honored dignitaries, Nananum, colleagues in healthcare and research, representatives of civil society, survivors, caregivers, members of the media, students, and cherished members of our communities, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today. I extend sincere appreciation to Breast Care International for their profound leadership in cancer advocacy, education, and patient support. Your work continues to translate awareness into survival and compassion into action. World Cancer Day represents far more than a symbolic moment of our calendars. It stands as a global reminder that cancer remains one of the defining health challenges of our time. It challenges us to reflect on progress made, confront the gaps that persist, and recommit ourselves to responses rooted in science, humanity. According to the organization, cancer remains a leading global cause of death, with nearly 10 million deaths recorded annually. In 2024, the World Health Organization reaffirmed that global cancer incidence continues to rise, driven by population growth, aging, and changing risk exposures. The International Agency for Research on Cancer, in its most recent global updates, released in 2023 and 2024, confirms that breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer worldwide, accounting for over 1 in 4 cancer cases among women. Mortality remains disproportionately high in low and middle income countries. In sub-Saharan Africa, recent International Agency for Research on Cancer and the WHO analysis highlight that breast cancer survival lags significantly behind global averages, largely because many women continue to present at advanced stages of the disease. In Ghana, contemporary evidence from national and international surveillance consistently show that the majority of breast cancer cases are still diagnosed late, reinforcing that access, awareness, and early detection remains decisive factors in survival. These realities reminds us that whilst cancer unites us as a shared global burden, its consequences unfold uniquely across populations. Discovering why our response must truly reflect what it means to be united by unique. This year's theme, United by Unique, speaks with unusual clarity. It captures a profound truth that science has long understood. Patients have always lived. Cancer doesn't exists as a single disease. It does not follow a uniform pathway, nor does it respect social, economic, or geographic boundaries, as indicated by Dr. Beatrice Yuafiade. Each diagnosis tells a different biological story. Each patient walks a different human journey. From a scientific perspective, no two cancers behave identically. Tumors differ at molecular, genetic, and cellular levels. Pathways of growth, resistance, and response to therapy varied significantly, even among patients with similar clinical diagnosis. Modern oncology increasingly recognizes this reality through personalized and precision medicine. Treatment decisions now consider biomarkers, tumor profiles, and patient-specific factors. Ladies and gentlemen, uniqueness extends far beyond biology. Each patient brings life experience into diagnosis, family structure, belief systems, economic capacity, access to healthcare, emotional resilience, and social support all shape outcomes. Unity, therefore, cannot mean standardization. Unity must mean coordination without erasure. It must mean collective purpose that honors individual realities. In Ghana, breast cancer presents itself through many narratives. Some women detect symptoms early through awareness and routine screening. Others encounter such unexpectedly late, often after months or years of silence driven by fear, stigma, misinformation, or limited access to care. Rural residents, transport challenges, financial constraints, and cultural interpretations of illnesses continue to influence presentation patterns. These realities remind us that statistics represent human lives. Behind every data point sits a mother, daughter, a sister, colleague, or a friend. Outcomes improve when systems respond to people rather than averages. United by Unique, therefore, asks an important question. How do we design cancer responses that remain unified in purpose, yet flexible in execution? How do we pursue without exclusion? As a scientist working within the pharmaceutical microbiology and drug discovery, I've learned that effective solutions emerge from understanding complexity rather than oversimplifying it. Nature really offers single answers. Disease evolves, resistance develops, context matters. Collaborations across disciplines becomes an essential tool. Cancer control demands such collaborations. Clinicians, researchers, pharmacists, nurses, social workers, policymakers, advocates, communities must function as one ecosystem. No discipline alone can carry this burden. Africa occupies a critical position within global cancer research. Our populations demonstrate remarkable genetic diversity. Environmental exposures differ across regions. Dietary patterns, infections, and evolving lifestyles interact uniquely with disease risk. Yet African representation in global oncology research remains limited. This gap has consequences. Protocols developed elsewhere may not translate optimally across African settings. Drug response patterns, toxicity profiles, disease progression may differ. Without locally generated evidence still remains incomplete. African-led cancer research must transition from aspiration to sustained investment. Universities, research institutions, governments must prioritize funding, infrastructure, and mentorship. Knowledge creation must occur and knowledge adoption. Rooted in populations, strengthens care everywhere. This responsibility also intersects with, with traditional medicine. Across Ghana and many African countries, medicinal plants occupy an important cultural and historical space. Many patients consult traditional remedies either before or alongside hospital care. Ignoring this reality undermines trust. Accepting claims without validation endangers lives. Science offers a path forward. Rigorous research evaluates safety, efficacy, mechanism of action. Promising compounds can, harmful practices can be discouraged. Respect for culture must coexist with responsibility to evidence. Hope, when unsupported by proof, becomes risk. Hope, guided by science, becomes healing. Ladies and gentlemen, Casey plays a transformative role within this framework. Breast Care International exemplifies how sustained community engagement saves lives. Awareness changes behavior. Behavior changes diagnosis. Timing changes survival. Education, therefore, becomes prevention. Speech becomes an intervention. Advocacy also humanizes science. Survivors give voice to possibility. Caregivers reminds us of shared responsibility. Community champions break silence where stigma once lived. These contributions matter as much as laboratory breakthroughs. We must also revisit how strength is defined with cancer narratives. Strength does not wear a single face. Some patients speak loudly, others endure quietly. Some draw courage from faith, others from science. Some survive, others leave legacies of resilience and love. Deserve dignity. United by unique demands equity over equality. Equality treats everyone the same. Equity responds to difference. It recognizes that transport support, psychological and psychosocial counseling, nutritional assistance, financial protection, and follow-up systems remain integral to cancer care. Treatment success depends not only on medicine, but also on systems that support adherence and hope. For healthcare professionals, patient-centered care demands listening as much as prescribing. For researchers, relevance should guide inquiry. For policymakers, access must remain central. For communities, compassion should replace silence. Let us imagine unity not as rhetoric, but as coordinated action. Researchers asking questions shaped by local realities. Clinicians adapting care to individual circumstances. Policymakers strengthening sustainable cancer financing. Communities normalizing screening and early reporting. Survivors continue to educate through life experience. When uniqueness receives honor, unity gains resilience. When unity gains resilience, progress accelerates. On this World Cancer Day, let us simplistic solutions. Let us embrace complexity with confidence. Let us stand together without difference. Through shared purpose, grounded in respect, science, compassion, we can change cancer outcomes within Ghana and beyond. May our research remain rigorous. May our advocacy remain fearless. May our care remain compassionate. Together, united by unique progress becomes inevitable. At this point, I wish to broaden our conversation towards legacy, wealth, and national building through health, particularly in relation to the proposed Otumfuo Osei Tutu II Comprehensive Cancer Center of Excellence at Kwaso, as indicated by our venerable Dr. Beatrice Riafiade, under the visionary leadership of His Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. This initiative invites us to rethink how we define legacy in our national journey. We know many wealthy individuals who accumulate assets and will these assets and properties to families and descendants. Yet we must ask an important question. What ultimately becomes of these assets? What enduring impact do they leave on society? In many developed nations, philanthropy stands as a powerful instrument of remembrance. Individuals give generously to health, education, and research. And in doing so, their names live beyond generations. Can we begin that conversation today on this World Cancer Day? Investing in national health infrastructure represents both wisdom and foresight. It will be far cost effective for these same individuals to support and utilize world-class cancer facility here at home than repeatedly seek treatment abroad for themselves and their descendants. More importantly, such investments strengthen national capacity, saves countless lives, builds a legacy rooted in compassion, dignity, and progress. Governments, non-governmental institutions, benevolent societies, and the public must fund and support cancer-related activity if we want success. Ladies and gentlemen, it must also be emphasized that community engagement and preventive measures are key in this struggle. Cancer prevention is not limited to hospitals. Lifestyle factors such as tobacco use, alcohol consumption, diet, physical inactivity, and infections are influence cancer risk. Community education, vaccination programs, and screening initiatives are therefore not just as important as treatment centers. Indeed, organizations like Breast Care International demonstrate how sustained community engagement can change attitudes and encourage early help seeking. What should unity look like moving forward? Being united against cancer in Ghana should mean making screening more accessible, reducing stigma around diagnosis, supporting patients financially and emotionally, strengthening referral system, investing consistently in cancer care infrastructure. Every sector has a role. Government, academia, civil society, health professionals, and the general public. We must work together. Health professionals, communities, educators, policymakers, students, and families in a united effort to reduce the burden of cancer. Each one of us has a role, whether we educate a neighbor, advocate for a better screening programs, support a family member through treatment, or work to strengthen our healthcare systems. This actions matter. Let us take this World Cancer Day as an opportunity not only to remember those who have lost or we have lost, but also recommit ourselves to prevention, early detection, equitable access to care, and support for survivors, as indicated by the president of Breast Care International. In conclusion, cancer affects people differently, but it challenges us collectively. The idea of being united by unique reminds us that diversity in experience should not lead to fragmentation in response. If we recognize differences whilst working together deliberately and consistently, Ghana can reduce preventable cancer deaths and improve the quality of life for those who are affected. I commend the organizers for sustaining this important conversation. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless us all.
Indeed, it is worth listening to Professor Christian Ajari, Provost College of Health Sciences. And he just gave us our keynote address for the day. One more time, a round of applause for Professor Christian Ajari. Now, a bird whispered into my ear that we've been sitting for a while now. So what we intend to do is to take some 5 minutes break. For those of you who want to use the washrooms, you can do so. For those of you who want to stretch your legs, you can do so. And for those of you who would want to still have some morale by enjoying the performance from the band of KSTS, you can also feel free to do so. But we'll reconvene in 5 minutes because we're getting to the next stage of the program, which of course is very, very important. This is where we get to learn everything we need to know about cancer. So 5 minutes break starting now. Thank you. All right, so let's take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats now. Let's take our seats now so we can, finish. So we can finish the program as soon as possible. So let's get back into the auditorium. Please get back into the auditorium. Especially to all the students out there, please get back into the auditorium and grab your seats. All the students outside, please get back into the auditorium and get your seats. All right, please. Thank you. All the students outside, if you can hear me, please get back into the auditorium and grab your seats. All students outside. All the students outside, get back into the auditorium, please. All the students outside, get back into the auditorium and grab your seats, please. Thank you. All right, so that's going to be the last song. That is the last song. That is the last song. And thank you very much to the KSCS Regimental Band for the wonderful entertainment. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, aside from all the speeches that we've heard so far, We've just about entering a very important area of the program today. And as you're very much aware, today, the 4th of February, is being observed as a World Cancer Day. And the theme is United by Unique. And we have different kinds of cancers. Interestingly, there are some cancers that are solely for women. It's only women who will get it, like the cervical cancer. It's only for women. And then the prostate cancer, that's for only men. Because the men do not have cervix and the women do not have prostate. But many times when we hear stories about breast cancer, we think breast cancer is for only women. No, it's not. Men also get breast cancer. So if you're a man or a boy in this auditorium and you think that, oh, there will no funisa until breast cancer, but fortunately for us, the organizers have made it possible for us to have different people with expertise from the different fields of the various cancers available. And we're going to be giving them a few minutes each to talk to us about the various cancers that there are out there. So we'll be hearing from a doctor who will be talking to us about breast cancer, prostate cancer, cervical cancer, thyroid cancer, importance of counseling for cancer patients, and several more. At this point in time, I'd like to invite the very first speaker. His name is Dr. Benjamin Asante. He's a medical superintendent with Peace and Love Hospital. He's a general surgeon to start for us. And he's going to talk to us about breast cancer. So all students, please listen attentively. Thank you very much. Before he gets close to me, please put your hands together for him one more time. Thanks very much, Dr. Benjamin Asante Oti.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm very humbled to be given this opportunity to give an insight on the current state of breast cancer in Ghana. Standing on all protocols, I would begin by given the current incidence of breast cancer. Breast cancer is the most common cancer in the world among women. There are 2.3 million new cases of breast cancer in 2020. There are 2.3 million new cases of female breast cancer, according to GlobalCan in 2020. In Ghana, 70% of cancer deaths occur in low and middle income countries, according to WHO. Most of these women affected by breast cancer are below the ages of 50. In Peace and Love hospitals, we have 58.2% of women being diagnosed of breast cancer being under 50 years. More than 5,000 new cases of breast cancer is diagnosed annually, according to GlobalCan in Ghana. And out of that, 2,369 of them die of the disease. Every 50 seconds, a woman somewhere dies from breast cancer. Every 14 seconds, a woman somewhere is diagnosed with breast cancer. Breast cancer, or the breast, has significance. Beside breastfeeding, it also beautifies the woman and also for pleasure for men. There is no known cause of breast cancer, but there are risk factors. Some of them are non-modifiable, others are modifiable. When we say non-modifiable, it means that there is nothing you can do about it. This includes the fact that you are a female. That is the number one risk factor. For every 100 people diagnosed with breast cancer, including men, about 99 of them women. It's only 1 to 3 of them that will be men. Also, the extreme of ages, that is ages, sorry, the increasing ages predispose patients to breast cancer. Nulliparity means that somebody who has never given birth is also at risk of breast cancer. Someone who, I would say, grows more older before giving birth increases your risk of breast cancer. Family history, someone with a family history of breast cancer is also at risk. People who have long period of menses, that is, they begin their menstrual cycles very early in the ages, sometimes below 12 years, and sometimes even it prolongs up to 55 years or more than 50 years. Genetic mutation also forms part of the non-modifiable risk factors. There are modifiable risk factors. That is something you can do something about. This includes excessive intake of alcohol, being overweight, lack of exercise, smoking, unhealthy eating habits, skin bleaching, and some creams have been shown that they increase your risk of breast cancer. Also, some hair straighteners that women use in perming their hair have been shown to increase the risk of breast cancer. This is a take-home slide that I would want all of us to remember, especially for the students, because you have relatives, grandmothers, mothers, fathers, aunties, and all that, so that you can direct somebody to the hospital when they experience any of these. When there is a lump in the breast, when there is an abnormal nipple discharge, pudorrange is simply what you would see on oranges. That's small dots you see around it. Sometimes you can see on the breast. And when there are ulcers or wounds, or when there are dimplings, we all know dimples on our cheeks, but sometimes you can have them on the breast. The breast can also flatten out, or one breast can become bigger than the other, or either smaller. Also, when there are axillary lymph nodes in the armpits, sometimes that's where the breast cancer will start from. You have lumps in the breast. I think I'm gonna show this. Okay. So it starts from the breast and then sneaks into the axilla where there are lymph nodes. There are 4 main target areas that the breast cancer can spread to: the brain, the lungs, the bones, and the liver. We encourage monthly breast screening. You can do this by yourself, which is called breast self-examination. You can also seek clinical breast screening every 6 months. We encourage that if you are less than 40 years, you also do regular breast ultrasound. When you are 40 years or 35 years, if you have a family history, we encourage mammography. In some instances, we may also need to do MRI of the breast. So this is how a clinical breast examination is done. It's done by health personnel. So we have different ways we diagnose breast cancer, but the gold standard is by doing a core needle biopsy. Treatment of breast cancer includes all the listed options, which includes counseling, chemotherapy, surgery, radiotherapy, hormonal, immunotherapy, breast reconstruction, survivorship, rehabilitation, post-treatment checkup, and palliative or end-of-life care. There are a lot of myths and misconceptions about breast cancer, which we would want to diffuse during this World Cancer Day. It includes the fact that people would say breast cancer is not curable, breast cancer is out of fate, is due to witchcraft or the devil, person's failure or misfortune, or as a result of a family curse. Also, there is that misconception that patients die as a result of mastectomy, which is false. So, sorry for these images, but these are also barriers that we encounter in healthcare. That's lack of awareness, which makes this function very important. Inadequate or bad treatment, cost, as already talked about by Dr. Yafe, distance to health facilities, lack of counseling and support, poverty, fear, and then stigma. So we would encourage more trainings, workshop, and then outreaches to prevent late-stage presentations such as these. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And for you students out up there, we can hear some of you chatting. I hope that is not just a normal chat, but it has to do with what we're doing here. Because what we're doing is very, very important. And we couldn't bring all the students from your schools here. So you are the ambassadors. What information you gather here is what you're going to take back to school and share that knowledge and that information with them. So please listen attentively. Next is Dr. Amanama. That is Dr. Samuel Amanama. He is a urologist, and he's taking up the stage next to talk to us about prostate cancer. Now, prostate cancer has been described by many as the silent killer, especially for men. There's no pain up until it gets to the latter stage and all that. So prostate cancer is next. Dr. Samuel Amanama, if you're here, please join us. Dr. Amanama, I can't trace him anywhere for now. So let me move on to the next That will be Dr. Augustine Teria. Dr. Augustine Teria will be speaking to us about cervical cancer. Cervical cancer is mainly for women because women have cervix. So let's welcome Dr. Augustine Teria to tell us a few things about. Boss, I represent Dr. Manama. Dr. Teria. Oh, okay. Sorry. So Dr. Teria takes the stage now.
Thank you. Nana Chairperson, Dr. Riafe, all protocol observed. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have this discussion with each of you. There is a condition, what you have heard so much today, cancer. The students, who knows the meaning of cancer? I'm happy the students have been involved in this program because they are going to carry along the mantle. Who knows what the meaning of cancer? Anyone? Okay. When we say cancer, it simply means something without control, in short. God is a God of order. So if you take the human body, second chawa, a chrono and kahoda, Yankopon emma instruction say, honam no engro and kata a chrono. So once a chrono a silipe, now another signal say stop. Then by cancer, it simply means that control mechanism, in short, is not working. So any structure in the body can be cancerous. So we can have cancer of the hand, cancer of the eye, cancer of the throat, cancer of the skin. So now we know what cancer is. Now let's go to what we call, what we say the cervix. Where the baby stays, there's a gate that closes, said that once a woman is pregnant, it doesn't open for the baby to fall. So when we say cervical cancer, it means that the gate which we call the cervix, the cells there growing abnormally. So that's all that we are going to discuss. Now, when we say breast cancer, you may be able to prevent some. Prostate cancer, you may be able to prevent some. But cervical cancer is 100% preventable. We say cervical cancer is what? So the question is, why should a cancer that is 100% preventable kill women? Let's give the numbers. If you take the world, every year we have over 600,000 women dying, having that cancer. Out of it, 350,000 will die. Let's put it in terms of minutes. In the world, every 2 minutes, a woman will die from cervical cancer. Let's bring it to our country, Ghana. In Ghana, every year we have over 3,000 women getting cervical cancer and over 1,800 dying. Let's bring it in terms of days. Every day, 5 women in Ghana will die from cervical cancer. The question is, why should a condition which is 100% preventable lead to the loss of what? Our grandmothers, our mothers, our wives, our daughters, and our sisters? The reason is simple. We have not taken the life of women serious. In short, because when we come to the prevention, you know that the money that we used to spend or we buy for credit data on our phones can take care of from cervical cancer. How do we get cervical cancer? Majority of them is gotten through sex. So once you have had sex, the organism that causes the cervical cancer is known as HPV. It's known as what? HPV. That HPV mostly is gotten through sex. However, there are now studies showing that if you touch certain surfaces, you can get the HPV. So if somebody had that HPV and touches this mark, If I touch it, I can also get it. But there's a good news. Getting the HPV and developing cancer can take as long as 20 years. So why should a condition that gives people time to survive still kill them? Meaning that we are not what? Serious as a people. In other countries, they have been able to reduce cancer and its death for more than 80%, but we are still struggling here. Now that we know that HPV is the main cause of cervical cancer, how do we prevent it? Anyone here? You know, David said that, oh, a man there, or money service. A man who prostate, a man service, or breast there, a man over. But I must say, when somebody gets the HPV, apart from a woman getting cervical cancer, the women will get cancer of the head. They can get cancer of the throat due to the same HPV. They can get cancer of the anus. The male can get cancer of the penis. So HPV does not only attack women, it attacks what? Both men and women. World Health Organization has brought up a strategy. And the strategy is known as 90, 70, 90. Let's go. It's what? 90, 70, 90. We are going to, it's a prevention strategy. The first prevention is called primary prevention. What does it mean? It means that all our young girls, by age 15, we should have had injection. Last October, Ghana gave injection to the young girls. How many of us here allowed their daughter to go for the injection? Let's raise up your hand. Yes, some did very well. So if you haven't, still the vaccine is available. Get to the nearest health institution and get that injection. That injection can save the life of your daughter in the next 20 years. So that is so 90% of all young girls by age 15 should have what? That vaccination. Some of us will say that, oh, we are more than 15 years. What do we do? The next step is the 70%. It says that we have only 4 years to achieve that target, meaning by the year 2030, everywhere in the world, 70% of women should have undergone screening with a very high power test. How many of us have screened for cervical cancer? Let me tell you, and let me say it again. No one here can survive the treatment for cervical cancer. What is needed for us is what? Prevention. What is needed is what? So once prevention, as they say, is a key for us, we have two things. Let's encourage our women, our fathers, our mothers, our sisters to make sure young girls, young boys, by the age of 15, receive the vaccination. Those above that age, from age 25 up to age 65, depending on the test that you use. Look, some of the tests, you do it every 5 years. Let me tell you the cost of the test. The cost of that test ranging from 30 cedis to maximum 1,000 cedis. And if you do the one that is even the highest, the 1,000 cedis, it takes you up to 5 years. So why should a test that is so cheap like 30 cedis? And because our women are not undergoing that screening test, we are still losing our mothers. We are still losing our grandmothers. We are still losing our wives. Any woman here, any man here, any student here, make it a point that from today, you and your relatives should make it a point that either you have a child vaccinated, somebody who has gone that age to be what? Screened. And when we pick up early stages, I told you that can give us as long as 20 years between HPV and cancer, and we treat it. So to end my presentation, each of you is an opportunity to be here today. Under no circumstance should a Ghanaian woman, a woman of creation, lose her life due to cervical cancer. Thank you very much.
Doc, don't go away. Don't go away. Don't go away. Know that we're going to have time to have, a panel discussion where we'd ask questions and all. But when we're talking about the infections, how women can get it, one thing that I know of, that I didn't hear, I didn't say you didn't say, I didn't hear, has to do with the fact that men are carriers largely. So if a man has several sexual partners, and I'm saying this because a while ago I had to step out to go draw the students back in. If it may any bridge or bad dean or bad numbers, not there, don't mean seriously. Or more numbers, no. But the point is, if a man has several female sexual partners and is with them all unprotected, when he comes to you, he might infect you. True or false?
Very true. I intentionally left out the risk factors. Why? We live in a country, once you bring it, if you ask all of us here, how many have had sex with more than one person? How many have had 5 or more children? So, I tell women, if you are a woman here and you have uterus, you're at risk of what? Cervical cancer. Because you may not even pick it from sex. You may pick it from what? Door handle. And in the end, you have what? Cervical cancer if you do not know what? Undergo the preventive measures. Thank you.
So he spoke for 12 minutes. And when he was giving us the data, he says in the whole world, every 2 minutes, one woman dies of cervical cancer. So for 12 minutes he spoke, 6 women have died. Let it sink in. 12 minutes he spoke for. 6 women have died. Doc, thank you very much. And he says in Ghana, 5 die every day. So today is the 4th. By close of day today, 5 women would have died as a result of cervical cancer. Well, the next one is going to talk to us about thyroid cancer. So please let's welcome Dr. Peter Eric Boretsky to do that for us. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Boretsky?
Totally right. Totally right. Okay. So thank you for inviting me here, and it's an honor to be part of this. And actually, we're going to speak about tumor, which is quite not that common, but yeah. But imagine the world has changed. When I had been a student, children with acute leukemia, 80% of those died. Nowadays, 80% survive. When I had been a student, no one with MTC, with medullary thyroid cancer, which is an inborn inherited cancer, survived. But nowadays, we operate on those before the tumor occurs, which is really different. So the world has changed. And the question is, how did it change, for instance, in thyroid cancer? We have 2 different parts. We have the differentiated and the anaplastic or dedifferentiated ones, and these ones the bad ones. And imagine the prognosis of these cancers is this different that you see that's a survival curve there where the papillary and follicular thyroid cancer, you survive just almost as a normal person without a cancer. But the other ones, you will die, for instance, for the anaplastic cancer in between 1 year, actually. So the question is what to do and how to prevent that. The question is, at first we have to think, how did it occur? And it occurs because there are mutations in genes. And these mutations primarily tend to produce a tumor which is not that bad, even sometimes benign. And the benign tumor is spreading more than a normal tissue. So it takes over new mutations. And so from one tumor to the other, the tumor becomes dedifferentiated. It means it becomes faster growing, it metastasizes much more, and then it's really life-threatening. And you see this down here, where this blue star is there. The poorly differentiated thyroid cancers have mutations in very specific genes, that's BRAF and RAS, and they acquire then mutations in P53, which is a really very important tumor suppressor gene, which is just not working anymore. And it's true in breast cancer. It's important in other cancers and also in thyroid cancer. This means we learn from other cancers, not only from ours. What can we do with this? The first is like it was in breast cancer, you excise everything. So you need to have a good surgeon at first. If the possibility is there, you can excise everything. And in this picture, which we show here, there is the tumor gone, and only the arteries and the nerves are prevented. And so the patient can live on like before, but there is no more tumor. Nevertheless, we know that this tumor already spread via the blood into other areas, and therefore the prognosis of these patients is dismal. And what can we do against this? And there is no more surgery possible. What we now do, we try to immunologically attack the tumor and stimulate the patient himself. And you see this where you see on the upper slide, there is the white spot, which is a metastasis. And using this specific antibodies, then you see the tumor is totally gone. So it means that tumor which had been life-threatening suddenly had been survived. And especially for the very aggressive tumors, we now know that these, it's called PD-L1 antibodies, are very effective, and 30% of these are cured. So that's something which really is coming from research and affecting all of us who are doing with and treating those cancers. So I think that's totally enough. You only have to remember times have changed. Treatment and, well, prognosis of these tumors, which are all called cancers, totally. There are some cancers we don't even call any cancer anymore in thyroid disease because it's a stigma. The moment a patient, female or male, hears that she or he has a cancer, they think life is over. So we even call these very benign tumors differently, not to have these stigmas on these patients. On the other hand, there are still some tumors which we are not, which we're aware of, but we can't cure. And these are ones we address now with totally new tools, like, for instance, antibodies, so immunologically affecting these diseases. And that's the way how treatment of diseases, these malignant diseases, changed in between the times when I started as a student and now when I'm already retiring almost. Okay, thanks. That's just an example.
Well, thank you very much, Doc. Peter Eric Geretsky. Next, we're going to have the importance of counseling for cancer patients. And I believe that that is equally important as well because many people who have cancers, such education or such counseling, they have crazy thoughts in their minds. Some of them contemplate suicide. Some of them contemplate doing so many crazy things. So let's welcome Mrs. Bernice Biasa, who's going to be telling us about the role of talking about the importance of counseling for cancer patients. Oh, we can do better with the applause. Are you tired? Are you hungry? Don't worry, we have something special coming up your way shortly. So relax, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nana Chair, Dr. Riafi, and standing on all protocols of existing, I want to thank you so much for this opportunity. Go straight to the importance of counseling for the cancer patient. I usually would say that when you inform a patient that you have cancer, it is more than an information. It is a life-altering experience. And how does counseling help with this? Cancer introduces fear of death and uncertainty, anxiety about treatment and side effects, changes in both image and self-esteem, financial strain and role disruption, emotional distress for family members, and all who are associated with such a person. But it's interesting to know that such counseling, which can bring down the effect of all these, is more or less under prioritized. And we want to hype the importance of counseling for the patient who has been diagnosed with cancer. First of all, emotional and psychological support. Cancer patients commonly experience shock and denial of diagnosis. Obi a ɛbɛka sɛ report yɛ ekura wei, ɛkyerɛ sɛ wanya cancer no, ehu tɔ no so, awerɛhoɔ ba ne so, anidasoɔ nyinaa sa. Ɛkwan bɛn na ɛbɛfa so a yɛbɛboa no ma watu saa ɛkwan a abɛda n'anim yi. So counseling provides a safe space for emotional expression, validation of fears and grief, techniques for managing anxiety and depressive symptoms. Studies show that psychological interventions significantly reduce distress and improve emotional well-being in cancer patients. The next is enhancing coping and resilience. Counseling helps patients to develop adaptive coping strategies. Ɛkwan bɛn na mɛfa so a mɛhwɛ me ho so a yare yi yɛbɛbrɛ n'ase anaasɛ ase yɛbɛtu anaasɛ mɛsiesie me ho ama aduro ayɛ adwuma wɔ me nipadua mu. Ɛfotuo ne kasakyerɛ ɛboa wɔ nipa no ma otumi ɛnante saa kwan no so. So approaches such as cognitive behavioral therapy, yɛne wadwen yi bɛkasa, yɛkasa ma wadwen yi tumi fa ɛgye tom nea ɛsi ɛne kwan a wɔbɛfa so a wobɛtumi asa yare anaasɛ watu namɔ no. We call something meaning-centered therapy. Meaning-centered therapy talks about accepting the fact of life. It has come, so what next? Kwan bɛn na memfa so a mɛtumi anante mu na mɛnya ahomegyeɛ. Then we talk about mindful-based interventions. Mindful-based interventions. Mindfulness. Now it is here. I am present with what is happening. How do I move on? Counseling helps with all this. So counseling helps to improve resilience and quality of life. The next one I want to talk about is that it improves treatment adherence and outcomes. Psychological distress is strongly linked to poor treatment adherence, missed appointments. Obi wɔ hɔnom a wapa aba enti ɔnkɔ hospital koraa bio. Ɔda a ɔnni sika no ɔse ɔnkɔ. Aduro no wanom a ɔnhu biribiara improvement na wapa aba. But counseling boa no ma wasan atoa so. Premature discontinuation of therapy is improved when counseling comes. So counseling supports motivation to continue the treatment, understanding of treatment plans, collaboration with healthcare providers. Obi wɔ kɔ hospital, nurse ne na nkasa yie, nti ɔso ɔnkɔ biom. Ba yɛ deɛ fotuo ma na ɔsan n'akyi ba ɛkɔtoa so ɛgye ayarehwɛ. Addressing body image, identity, and self-worth is another area that counseling helps. Cancer treatment may involve mastectomy, hair loss, weight changes, sexual dysfunction. Sɛ yɛma cancer treatment na ebi te sɛ wo tirinwi nsa, wo wedeɛ sesa, wo bɛrima ne wo baayɔ ne nyinaa sesa. Obi wɔ hɔ a ɛno nti ɔnkɔ treatment ne bio. Ɛdɛn na counseling bɛtumi abɔ? Counseling bɛboa ma processing grief over bodily changes. Oni onipa ne kasa a wokyerɛ ne sɛ owie aduro ne fa ne ho ɛbɛsan yɛ fɛfɛɛfɛ ne nwi ne bɛsan aba. Reconstructing identity. Unufu no fi hɔ a yɛwɔ kwan yɛfa so a yɛsan ma biribi hyɛ hɔ a yɛnhu koraa sɛ ɛhɔ yɛ flat. Sɛ na ɛboa ma nipa gye saa deɛ ne tom na ɔtoa so ɛnya ne treatments. So this is particularly crucial for breast cancer survivors, many of whom struggle with silent shame and loss. Another area counseling support is supporting families and caregivers. Nia ɔhwɛ wo na to be paba. Na yetu no fo a onya hoɔden gyina wo nkyɛn. So wasen ma wotoa so. So cancer does not affect one person alone. It affects entire family systems. Caregivers often experience emotional exhaustion, financial stress, anticipatory grief. Ɔda wo nkyɛn a ɔhwɛ wo daa no, nea ɔhwɛ wo no, n'adwene ne sɛ nkyɛ bia wobɛwu. Enti otumi pa aba osuro so obeba wo nkyɛn osuro sɛ be yare ne bɛsan no ɛyɛ counseling na ɛboa ma nipa no gyina na onya adesua fa ɛkwan a ɔfa so a ɔboa ɔyarefoɔ no na ɔno nso ampa aba na wagyina ne nkyɛn yie. So family and couple counseling improves communication. Wokun nwane nya wo hɔ onya counseling a ɛmɛma ne taa adwane gya mmaa no ba counseling boa ma ogyina ne nan so gyina ne yere akyi. Counseling improves or reduces conflict and burnout. It enhances caregiving capacity. Caregivers, ɛyɛ wɔn a ɛhwɛ ayarefoɔ no, wɔn ankasa so nyia counseling. Na wɔn anya ahoɔden ne anidasoɔ ɛwɔ nea ɔhwɛ no no. So counseling is very important. Another area is palliative care, end of life and bereavement support. For patients with advanced or terminal cancer, counseling supports dignity and meaning. Counseling helps manage fear of death. Counseling facilitates life review and closure. Sɛ obi atwam mpɛ pii no mmaa ne bi kɔkyia nso ɔmo aba dɔkta wiafe hɔ. Nti ɔbɛba na yareɛ no ɛdu baabi a yɛntumi nyɛ biribiara. Na yɛde afutuo boa wo ma wote nea ato wo n'ase ɛne kwan a ɛbɛfa so a wobɛtumi tim kɔsi sɛ Onyankopɔn ankasa bɛto ne nsa ɛde afrɛ wo. Nti medi m'asɛm baa awie no, na mepɛ sɛ meka ne sɛ in Ghana and many African societies, cancer is often associated with stigma. Spiritual explanations may overshadow media or medical understanding. Emotional distress is sometimes minimized or spiritualized. Yemu pii no yenya ka cancer sɛ pɛ sɛ the doctor kan ne yɛsi bɛyifo bi ana obi na ato medro ɛyɛ the hospital yareɛ. Enti yɛka ka sɛ woba na yɛma wo counseling na ma wotumi ate aseɛ na wotumi hwɛ wo ho so yie na wamfa ne nyinaa nhyɛ bonsam. Bisan sɛ tu boy dro na wobɛfa no is what is going to cure you. So culturally sensitive discussions will be done, respectful of faith and belief systems. Yentu nyamesom ana honhom nsɛm ntwene sɛ yɛma wo cancer dro yɛde ne nyinaa ka ho wogidie gyina wogidie so to wo fo na wakɔ so abɔ mpaeɛ na wo no madro no so ka ho then both together brings holistic recovery. So call to action. On this World Cancer Day, I advocate for integration of professional counseling into cancer care services, training of health workers to screen for psychological distress, public education to reduce stigma around cancer and mental health. Wo yare pɛ ne yɛde wodin yɛde yɛasesa wodin na yɛde yareɛ ne efrɛ wo blind Bartimaeus ne ho tɔɔ no sɛ ɛnɛ da so Bible sɛ yɛfrɛ no blind Bartimaeus. Yɛde yareɛ no sesa wodin na yɛde yareɛ ɛma nipa kye ne ho efi sɛ ɔmo kɔpɛ ayarehwɛ. But counseling will help you to manage stigma and seek the necessary support. I advocate for public education to reduce stigma around cancer and emotional distress, strengthening support for NGOs like Breast Care International, and then policy recognition of psychosocial oncology in Ghana's health system. Let us rise together and help our survivors and anyone who has been threatened with cancer so that we can all work together to bring holistic recovery to all. Thank you so much for listening.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Piazza. And Mrs. Piazza, I'm sure you would agree with me. I appreciate and I like all that you said, that we need counseling. It should be the right counseling from the right counseling source. Because you and I will agree that in many cases, we go to people who say they're giving us counseling, but they don't know jack as to what they're even talking about. Am I right? So the right counseling. Thank you very much. Please, one more time, a round of applause for her. We began with the word of prayer, and it tells you that we believe in God. Even in the Bible, when Jesus Christ, did I say even in the Bible? This is a different platform, don't mind me. But in the Bible, when Jesus Christ was getting through the stage where he was going to be crucified, he got to a stage in his life where he needed strength. So he found strength in the Lord. So having gotten the cancer, having gotten the right, counseling, you need to be able to have some religious backing that will support you and help you to see you through. So the next person is going to talk to us about the role of religion in cancer control. And who else to do this for us than Reverend Dr. Douglas Frimpong? And there he is. Yeah. The role of religion in cancer control. I remember some years ago, a man came to my studios and he was like, David, oh, obey this offense and away. Can you share that thing come in my life? That made this offense and away. Is it possible?
Thank you very much, David. Nana Chairman, I want to humbly request that I stand on the existing protocol because of our time constraints to make my presentation. I'm honored to be speaking today on the occasion of World Cancer Day, a global initiative to raise awareness about cancer prevention, early detection, treatment, and survivorship. As we gather here today, cancer remains a significant health challenge, just as we've heard, worldwide, particularly in lower middle income countries like Ghana. The burden of cancer in lower middle income countries. Cancer is a leading cause of death globally, with about 70%, as we've already heard, of cancer deaths occurring in low and middle income countries. In Ghana, cancer is a growing health concern, with breast cancer being the most common cancer among women. Now, the role of religion in cancer control. Religion plays a significant role in shaping health behaviors and outcomes in many communities, particularly in lower middle income countries. And here are some ways religion can contribute to cancer control. Number one, promoting healthy lifestyles. Many religions emphasize healthy living, such as avoiding tobacco, alcohol, and promoting balanced diets, which can reduce cancer risk. Number two, encouraging early detection. Religious leaders can promote cancer awareness and encourage congregants to seek medical care early, improving treatment outcomes. Number three, supporting survivors and families. Faith communities can provide emotional and practical support to cancer patients and their families, improving quality of life and improving quality of lives. Number four is addressing stigma and myths, just as the one who just spoke mentioned. Religious leaders can help address cancer stigma and myths, promoting a culture of understanding and support. Adeɛ baako ɛm sɛ ɛha bebree nananom ɛwɔ ha na meka religious leaders meka ɛnyɛ sɛ nyɛ Kristosom nko ɛne Muslimi nko na mmom traditional religion yɛakɔmfoɔ ne adunsifoɔ a wɔn wɔ yɛ kurom nananom mesrɛ meka sɛ yɛka saa na yɛn nyinaa yɛka ho ehia sɛ yɛbɔ mmɔden sɛ yɛbɛtumi aboa na yɛtumi akasa afa wɔn a ɛnya saa kokram yareɛ no sɛ ɛnya adeɛ a wonya na kyerɛ sɛ sɛnea dɔktafoɔ no akasa no na kyerɛ sɛ wabrabɔ no asɛe koraa yɛbɛtumi atu wɔn fo sɛnea yɛte sɛsie a no na yɛahyɛ wɔn kuran sɛ ɛyɛ adeɛ a sɛ yɛhu ne ntɛm a yɛbɛtumi asɔ ano nti yɛadunsifoɔ ɛne yɛakɔmfoɔ ɛne yɛasɔfoɔ ɛne yɛ imamfoɔ no megye yie sɛ ɛsɛ yɛbɔ mmɔden sɛ baabi a yɛwɔ no yɛbɛka ho asɛm na nipa ɛbɛte aseɛ sɛ wonya yareɛ no nkyerɛ sɛ wɔawie yɛa no no. Number five is influencing health policies. Faith-based organizations can advocate for cancer policies and programs, leveraging their influence to improve cancer care. Examples of faith-based initiatives in Ghana. In Ghana, faith-based organizations are involved in various cancer control initiatives, such as providing cancer screening services, offering support groups for cancer survivors,
Again, promoting cancer awareness through health education. Kwanya and sorry no, and your suma hold on so boy. I was a quiet cancer, and it's a in Shiamu Bibri or ha, so sorry to me, a fat doctor for any medical professionals about never church. Sorry, no, meku, to me church, ten ya betias ye, na yet to me as no. Challenges and opportunities. I can't see what ye share. While religion can play a positive role in cancer control, challenges exist, such as limited health literacy among some religious leaders. As for a D4, Nyame adwumayɛfoɔ bebree, akɔmfoɔ adunsifoɔ bebree wɔ ha. Ntiaseɛ wɔ sɛnea yɛkyerɛkyerɛ ne yɛ a, yɛn nyinaa yɛte saa yareɛ yi ase sɛ ehia sɛ yɛyɛ ho adwuma ntɛm na yɛkɔ yaresabea no ɔhwɛ anaasɛ yɛkɔ baabi a wobɛtumi atu yɛmfo ahyɛ yɛn den no. Yɛdɔm bebree ɛnni ntiaseɛ papa ɛwɔ saa ayi ho. So we have limited health literacy among some religious leaders. 2, potential for promoting unhealthy beliefs and practices. If you are sorry about cancer no wenya, it says obeka chere the same pacho boko hu doctor no na bia we twa fasting aman. Me chere say fasting hu hia. Me je fasting di pa. Na niam bi wo ha. Ya me Paul no nam ni nyina na won ka nyamesam no na Luke nso ka won. My doctor ni. Enti ni nya niam nyina na eye huhu mu niam. Ehia say bibi saba osofo no ubo modern ka kira asafo ba no say bo modern akohu doctor na doctor anhwe wo. If you say ye nyina ya te say ehwe ne ntem a ebetumi aso ano. And so we must deal with limited health literacy among some religious leaders. And then 2, for promoting unhealthy beliefs and practices. There's a need for collaboration between faith-based organizations and health professionals. The person I may cancer a doctor for any idea or sorry mono. Aya any a soft for no any kita ya war mantem so ye near him for no and so nin kita ho na da bi wo ha obetumi abodwa afra manfo ana ya frɛ asɔfo no mo aba sorry kwasi ada nopa bi a nhyiam kase bi wo so ya man be 10-15 minutes na ye tie na wa be kyerɛkyerɛ sɛ ne aye kyerɛkyerɛ yen a ebetumi aboa ema yetumi aso yare no ano entem. So there must be collaboration between faith organizations and health professionals. My recommendations: number 1, we must engage religious leaders. We must involve them in cancer awareness and education initiatives. We must also foster partnerships. There must be collaboration between faith-based organizations, health professionals, and policymakers to improve cancer care. Number 3 is to promote healthy literacy. We should educate our religious leaders and congregants about cancer prevention and treatment. In conclusion, religion can play a vital role in cancer control in lower middle income countries like Ghana. By working together, we can leverage the influence of faith communities to promote healthy lifestyles, encourage early detection, and support survivors and improve cancer care. Ni America tietia de awie ni se yen sori no ya sofo ene enkramofo imams fo edunsifo ene akomfo ye nyina ye betumi aboa emasa yare ya so ano ye nyina ye nka bom na ye nhwe kwan ya betumi afa so na ye mantem ye tumi a kyerɛkyerɛ ye krofo na wɔn atumi atena ase yie exercise abobra ebeboa na wɔn kitumi aso saa yare ya no sɛ na be betumi ahu yare ne ntem na afi wɔn so a wɔnya yare no a nyame adom dɔktafoɔ ahwɛ wɔn na wɔn ho atɔ wɔn no so yɛn kwan a yɛbɛtumi aboa wɔn ne wɔn abusuafoɔ sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a yɛbɛtumi asɔ saa yareɛ no meda mo ase. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Douglas Frimpong, for joining us as well, telling us about the role of religion in cancer control, education, and all. One more time, a round of applause for Rev there. So we've said to you severally today that once you have cancer, any form of cancer, it is not a death sentence, especially when it's picked up early. So that is very critical in the treatment or management of cancer. Now, for us to prove to you that indeed people can survive cancer, we have one fine lady amongst us here this afternoon, and she's here to representing all the cancer survivors. Her name is, call her Viv. And Vivian is going to tell us about how she got cancer, how she got treated, and how she survived and is still surviving cancer. Oh, you can do better with the applause. Because had it not been for God and Dr. and Mrs. Patricia there, I'm not sure that she'll be part of the living today. But she's excited to be alive. She's living her life to the fullest. And she's here to give a testimony and to tell us how her journey has been. Vivian.
Thank you, David. Nana, chairperson, protocol observed. I stand here today on behalf of all breast cancer survivors, especially those at the Peace and Love Hospital, the Peace and Love Survivors Association, and our sisters, the newly diagnosed who are currently on treatment. The message is simple. Report early so that doctors will take full charge of you. Ayana yare no ba yehia nkranhye yehia se abusua so yemu okunu so yemu mantem ayete eso yemu breast cancer ba ye bakofo asem eye nipa nyina asem sikasem wom nti obi nya breast cancer ohia ododo emboa abusua se obi nya breast cancer yesre ma abusua emu na bomfia ma abusua enyi ne totwe na onkase wonya breast cancer nti obewu anisa mijina we minya breast cancer efi aduonu baako ni nyame adom me kontem enti me no fu ya yare ne kan no Dr. Wiafi wentwa no fo no otimi yi yare no efiri ho maami mo hye nipa kronkran na mo nka kyerɛ sɛ ɔkɔ hospital enkyerɛ ne baabi sɛ kɔ ha kɔgye aduro enkyerɛ ne baabi sɛ wei kɔ ha ne ho atɔ no ɛso no obiara ne nasɛ me nuanom a yɛhyɛ pinketi wei wofrɛ obiara ɛwɔ obiara ne ne story. We have our different stories to share. Obi wɔ hɔ a sika ho yɛ den maa no it took the grace of God and Breast Care International that saved person. Ebinom ba a sika ho ɔden ma wɔn Mrs. Jackson will just fall in and come and help the person to treat herself. Ewiei yɛnka ne tenten yɛnka ne bebree. We are pleading with all and sundry communities, churches, wherever you are. If there's this one woman, one person who has been diagnosed with breast cancer, please and please and please help the person. Stigma. Munja nsɛm keka. Yɛde yɛn nsa tenetene ne so. Maame wei yɛtwa ne nofo baako. Ɛna asemasi yɛsɛ wɔbɛwu. Munya nsɛm keka. Enipa ne te saa nsɛm no a ɛma awerɛhoɔ tɔ no so. Ɛma osu ba ne so. Ɔhaw ba ne so. Ɛnyɛ yɛnyae saa. Na meka ama mmarima nyinaa to all men. You loved me, you married me, You played with the breast before, but when the breast is diseased, you turn your back on me. Excuse me, you start misbehaving. Remember, be said your woman see ye woman no. I am and shed and sweat a radiani. Would ye woo yale a opesemi me show? Me jai dom call, me jai de me ye be a na metina wonche. But me dear ba, what I know what she, oh yami ayakayaka dear, to the extent both say, ubi wa what the wako mani mami, wakofa oba fofro, oba nitia, na kuma, na yeni ya. Then o pesa ubuano na o winsem, jaino, na won shem non chin ayarasa, na ebia na bebi a yare no bu no se ebe kunu sese no enye saa na yare ne ti yem mapo ye ho yen so so ye ho nsa na ye nyina ye nkambom na ye mbɔ no fo ho kokram ne cancer nyina ho dawro ye ne saa enchirima no ebedru baabi no dear Dr. Wiafeni, other doctors no who were consulting room no I think they are not going to see those pictures again. And breast cancer, future generations are going to read it as a history. Thank you very much.
Now, listen to this story also. And I'll take only 2 minutes to tell you the story. I'm telling this story because I want you to go back to your schools, to your community, to your homes, having hope on your mind and in your hearts. So I work on Love 99.5. And one time, Dr. and Mrs. Beatrice Afiade called me and said, listen, David, we've done this conversation on cervical cancer, breast cancer, blah, blah, blah. But there's a survivor I want you to talk to. Now, this is a woman who got up one morning and saw her son off to school. So the young boy dressed up and left home for school. Now, on his way to school, according to this young man, something kept telling him that, listen, go back home, go back home, go back home. Initially, he refused to listen to the voice that was talking to him. But along the line, he just yielded and went back home. When he got to his home, the door was locked from the inside. So he kept knocking on the door, shouting and calling her mother's name. Now, if somebody tells that God does not exist, tell the person I say he's a liar. Because for the boy to get all the way to the school and walk back to the house and knock on the door, for the mother to take a while to open the door, you know what she was doing inside? She had gone to get a rope, stood on a chair, and was hanging herself on the ceiling fan so she could take her life. So by the time the boy gets back home from school, she would have hanged herself and died. But a persistent knock on the door made the woman open the door. That is the woman. Her name is Mina. Now I asked her to join us because don't lose hope when you're diagnosed of cancer. She says I can say anything about her, so for me I'm fine. You see nice shapes here, no breasts, but she's proud of herself and she's happily enjoying life. She is one of the beautiful survivors, and she gives testimony to people who are also suffering from cancer. So when you leave here, take her story home and tell people out there that there's hope for all of them. Thank you very much, Mina. Now we're getting closer to the end of the event today. There's going to be a panel discussion right now where we get to ask a few questions for more clarity, for more understanding. So that is why we have these chairs here, and the chairs have microphones on them. So I'll be inviting them one after the other to mount the stage, grab a microphone, and take a seat. First of all, Dr. Nana Esi Giltoko is a consultant neurologist, or nutritionist, sorry, with the KNUST. Doctor, please join us on stage right now. Then we have Professor Titi Loye, consultant pathologist, also with KNUST. Oh, that's a handsome man, huh? Oh, okay. Then I would also, at this point in time, invite Dr. Mrs. Beatrice Wiafe Adey to also join us. Oh, we can do better with the applause. Trust me, we can. Dr. Opoku Edusei, Breast Care International Board Consultant and a physician, is also here. Doc, please. Yeah, you're surprised. He's an old student of Hosea Chichi Senior High School. Okay. Also, I hear him and it's me there. To my friend, the Timuden, sorry, in Antiba. Then Mrs. Louise is also with the BCI. She's a partner and also a sponsor as well. Say again? Mr. Okay, sorry, my bad then. So, Mr. Louise, sorry, Mr. Louise, please join us. He will join us shortly, I'm told. Sure, thank you. Ben Asanti Oti, consultant, please join us as well. Then Dr. Augustine Teria, also a consultant, Care University and a gynecologist. Mrs. Bernice Opiasa, consultant, she spoke to us a while ago about why we need counseling. Professor Paul Frimpong Manso, please join us as well. And then Dr. Peter Goreski, please join us as well. And as they take their seats, please a round of applause for all of them. Please put your hands together for all of them. Now, per the running order for this afternoon, we're supposed to spend roughly 30 minutes for this segment. And basically, this segment is for us to throw more light on all the things that we have heard so far this afternoon. So basically, that's what we intend to do. Now, some of the questions, I'll throw them openly so that anybody at all can attempt to give us a response. And again, some of them I might decide to be direct and call on some of you to give us, responses. So let me start off with you, Dr. and Mrs. Beatrice Yafiade, with my very first question. And it is this: which types of cancer are currently the most common in Ghana? And are the numbers rising or falling in terms of the recent years? What is happening? Which ones are the very common ones here in Ghana?
Thank you so much, David.
Can we have some silence in the auditorium, please? Please. Thank you.
Breast cancer is our number one. Unfortunately, it's the most common cancer, but it's highly treatable. It's a cancer that we normally have a lot of mortality because our people do not report early to the hospital. And Kayenian emertiti ebeba hospital ntemwa. And wom say breast cancer na edoso. Ewo yeman mu amai bebre breast cancer na edoso de. Nanso ki ebetimi asapa. Afibia Ghana ha emabro 2000 ena ewu efi breast cancer mu. Edoso dodo. Gone too soon, adoso dodo. Enti mma mumye nkeka ya. Emema no ya amu echi dom. Tama na echi. Ya omo aware. Mamu mpo fa mistresses. Time ọbaa no enya breast cancer sebe nsesanya aba na brabo mu no. Yes, saa time no na wobɛyɛ saa de no. Eba me saa na wakunu so. Nti yɛsrɛ mmarima no yɛkunom yɛnuanom yɛwɔfanom ɔmo nta mmaa n'akyi na mmaa bebree betumi survive breast cancer.
All right. So with that said, what comes to mind has to do with the fact that why do people still report to the facilities at the late stage? And then to add to that, I would ask this question: that is cancer still wrongly seen as a spiritual or a supernatural disease
wohwɛ cameras a wode twa yie a ebi yɛ pen size iPhones aba yi first paa so obi twa pictures a the camera no ɛso nipa bɛyɛ mmiɛnsa ansa na ɔmotwa but these days no nti ɛbɛhyerɛ mo let's go by the modern ways to do modern things na tete hɔ nneɛma no yɛntwa mu. The last one I don't have the permission but I'll take it. If you tete hɔ no yɛkɔte do abɔnten ane akɔsɛ duro no yɛbɛsɛ obi abɛwu. That is our nature. Nti yɛwɔ sika a yɛde sika hospital for no yɛbɛ kɔsi yɛbɛwu. First obi wɔ gold a nana no hyerɛ ho odutu abɛ ase na ɔde gold rush na ɔwura gya hɔ ɔnkyerɛ obiara baabi a sika hɔ mo a Nyankopɔn ayɛ mo adom a mo de ayɛ yie no momfa sika no bi mmɔ ahiafoɔ momfa gyapadeɛ no bi mmɔ ahiafoɔ mede ba no abɛsia for the time being.
Thank you very much, Professor. No, Dr. Opoku Edu said. Now, Professor Paul Frimpong, Manso, I would like to address you now. If you listen to what answer he gave, he says that, for example, if you go to Swami Magazine, you have people whose job it is to fix either, what do you call it, a VW or a Benz. All he's trying to drive at is that if you are sick, go to the hospital. That's what he's driving at. You are a man of God. When you are sick, do you pray to God for healing? Or you also go to the hospital for checkup and for treatment and healing?
Thank you very much. With the testimony you gave concerning our sister, I think it was God who prompted the son to go back and see her in that condition. But I believe she went to hospital to be treated. We teach this way that man is composed of, man is a tripartite being, soul, spirit, and body. I remember when I came from UK and I was talking about this, and some pastors were not comfortable. The course that I did this course. So when there's something to do with the spirit, is a spiritual, it should be treated spiritually. When something is happening mentally, soulish, that's the psychiatric issues, don't take it to the prophet. Bipolar, schizophrenia, and all those things, feelings and hurting. A lot of people even take emotional issues spiritual, which is not. So many times I'll tell, go to Konfanochi or go to Tafu to see the psychiatrist, and they will work it quickly. Of course, when you have God in everything, it was so also it's physical. So when something is physical, you've got a headache, pain, something. Most of them symptoms will show you that there's something underlying. Go for the medical examination and ask for treatment. Of course, we believe, and as a Christian, I believe that with God, all things are possible. So if we support our doctors and nurses and the paramedics with prayers, God will grant them wisdom and strength even to do more. I will use this as an opportunity to say that it always pains me when people first rush to prayer camps or prayer centers or spiritualists. But that has to do with culture. Before the Orthodox medicine came, the Ducifor or these traditionalists were doing everything, healing people, blah, blah, blah. But now that we are and we have really developed this Orthodox medicine, we don't have to. Of course, we have Mampon and others who help. Even we have TB, traditional birth attendants, who are also trained to help certain things. But generally, and I will say that one of the reasons why I'm passionate about breast care international is that if I wish we have 1,000 BR there we are facing in Ghana, probably if we do that, no woman will die of breast cancer. So as a pastor, if you get an issue, first in the hospital, doctors, let's encourage them to go, but we can also support them with our prayers.
The sad thing is that when they are preaching, some of them will tell you about miracles. God works miracles, which of course I don't doubt. But because they are fake, they try to treat you, and when they fail, at the end of it, when they realize you're going to die, then they push you to go to the hospital. Use your head. Yes, sir.
You see, the disciples needed money. Jesus prayed, command money to come. He told them to go to the river, catch a fish, and they will get money. So when I'm sick, God can lead me to a hospital. And then, or I pray for a doctor to be on time. And then God will give them the wisdom and the strategies for me to be cured. So when we talk about miracles, it is not always like manna flowing from heaven. When Jesus wanted to turn water into wine, they provided the water. So Christianity doesn't defy religion and logic. Christianity doesn't defy religion and logic. Because
Okay.
our God is all-knowing and all-wise.
My next question goes to either Dr. Teria or Dr. Oti. Any of you can answer this one for me. Now, what role do infections like HPV, hepatitis B, and others play in Ghana's cancer burden? Dr. Teria. Yes, sir.
Now,
ladies up there, please. Can we have some silence? Ladies up there, please. Thank you.
Yeah, can you come again?
So the question is this: the role infections like HPV and hepatitis B play in Ghana's cancer burden?
Yes. So, in the development of cancer, there's a cancer that it occurs in germline through the family, and there's one we call occurs sporadically.
Okay.
So, now for those, somebody may have he or she may develop cancer, but they have something we call oncogenes and proto-oncogenes. And some cases, message about everyday language. And infection be to say hepatitis, infection be to say HIV, chemical be to say smoke from tobacco. Omuma process no because nipadua no e break it down and no repair ne ho. But I the normal tumor cancer a develop no because through the repair no it keeps on repairing itself. But in the process of repair, this is a writer. Now for the cells not to take left. Then the process they develop cancer. So we call them promoters. They promote the development of cancers.
Okay.
In short.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Oti, let me come to you directly because you dodged my earlier question. You allowed Tavia to take it. How? Because we all through the day, all we hear is early detection. And Dr. Mrs. Riafiade will tell you, let's do the screening. So my question is this: how accessible are cancer screening services in Ghana, especially for people in the rural areas? How accessible are these screening centers?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. In the rural areas, there is little expertise in most of the cancer care. So
Please,
as a
please
result,
take the microphone closer to your mouth area for me so I can hear. Thank you.
most of the rural areas, there is little cancer care. As a result, people who get there either be misdiagnosed or may never get test. So
Sorry about that. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So they either get to these centers late or they are misdiagnosed when they get there. They may eventually even get to people who may misdirect them. As a result, they may end up getting to the facilities or the cancer centers very late, where little can be done for them. At that point, they may have already had metastasis, it has spread to other areas, and eventually you can only do palliative care.
So what can we do to improve some of these screening centers in these rural areas? Because their lives matter as well. What do we need to do?
Training, workshop, and outreach. If they are not getting to us, we can get to them.
Thank you very much. I like the way you are seated in the middle somewhat. So let me come to you with this one. What would you say are the biggest financial barriers cancer patients face? And how far does NHIS actually cover cancer care?
Thank you. I think
The latter part is very political. I don't want to go there.
The NHIS.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you can see that the diseases are listed there. But how do you get to the diagnosis? The screening and the diagnostics are not covered. So if the woman cannot pay for the core biopsy, mammogram, and all those things, how can she get to the diagnosis? So it's more like, on paper. But we should try and educate our women, empower them to come early to the hospital so that we can help them to get the treatment. Because if you come early and you don't have money, we can ask people who can support you to get the help. And if you don't come early, treating one woman with advanced stage breast cancer is about treating 10 early stages. So it's, excuse me to say, waste of money at that stage. Whereas if you had come earlier, we would have cured the disease for you. You stay healthy and take care of your children and your family. So that's all we are saying. It's expensive to treat cancers, but if we come early, we can get the cure that we need.
And that is why the Center for Excellence
is important.
Thank you.
It's very important.
Professor Titoye, let me come to you. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Professor Titoye. Very well. Next major hospitals and cancer centers are equipped with machines and drug specialists to handle the growing cases. Pathologists. But that is your specialty. Before then, you are a doctor overall. Answer me, I beg you.
Okay,
You go to our hospitals, facilities. What do we have?
The facility to manage cancer is quite expensive. The equipment costs a lot. To even bring those equipment to Ghana is a lot of problem. Even when those equipment are in Ghana, to be able to maintain them in Ghana is another issue. So even you get very expensive equipment and there's a little fault, that equipment may be lying there for a very long time. So the facility to handle cancer is minimal in Ghana, and we need to create more of these facilities. Apart from that, we need to train people to be able to maintain those equipment when they are available. And each facility needs to learn to share equipment because every each facility cannot have the equipment. So if you have the equipment, you should be able to share it with others. The most important is the patient, so that the patient can have access to that particular equipment. There's one that Auntie just mentioned today about the rapid diagnosis, and she was telling me of how to take it to some other areas so that they can refer cases to be shared. So through that process, we can improve related to equipment. Thank you.
Well, thank you too. So, Dr. Nana Esi Jotoko, you, I'm told you are a consultant nutritionist at the KNUST. Now, we often hear that what you eat is what you are. And for anybody who is sick, aside from the medications that you're giving, what you eat will also aid in you getting better quickly.
Yes.
In Ghana, are people mindful about what we eat, especially when we're sick? For people who are battling cancer, are there some specific foods that we need to eat? If we want to avoid cancer, are there some foods that we need to concentrate on? Give us some knowledge.
Yes, thank you, David. I wanted to answer one of your questions you asked
Please go
earlier
ahead.
about when it comes to lifestyle choices, how much of that causes cancer. 1/3 of all cancers are lifestyle related, especially diet. So the diet is very important. From prevention to treatment to, living with the disease and all that, nutrition is very important. For nutritionists, we recommend vegetables, high fiber diets, basically.
Specific examples, please.
So green leafy vegetables, kontomire, the good old food that we know that our ancestors, our elders were used to and were eating. These days, our diets a lot of what we call obesogenic diets. So they're very refined, they are high in salt, high in fat, low in fiber. Those are the things that we have to avoid. And then now incorporate into our diets more fiber-rich diets, more fruits, more vegetables. Check our salt intake, our sugar intake, especially because we also know that excessive sugar also aggravates cancer, especially when you have the disease, because these cancer cells, they feed on the sugar. So these are some of the things that we have to take into consideration when we want to prevent the disease or manage the disease.
This fine young gentleman there is a professor as well. I've had the opportunity of
Yes,
interviewing
that's
him.
my boss.
That's your boss, eh? And we've often talked about fizzy drinks on our markets.
Yes.
They are so available
Yes.
and so affordable. No, they are so cheap.
Yes.
Instead of we doing the normal sobolo in our homes for our kids to take to school, we just pick them from the shelves and give.
Yeah.
Talk to us about it as well. The dangers in there. I think we should be able to place a ban on them.
David, you've said it, and yes, this one of the things, some of the things we are pushing for unhealthy diets to be taxed in a way to, but then the issues are also systemic, and these are policy issues. And as scientists and researchers, we advise the government on things to do, but these things go beyond us to the policy level, and so we always play that role of advocating that these things should be checked, they should be taxed, they should be regulated as it comes onto our markets and all that. And then also we engage in a lot of capacity building education so that people know what choices to make in the environment as it is changing in terms of food and nutrition.
So let me come to you, Dr. Peter Goretzky. I don't know how long you've been in Ghana for. 2 days. What would you want to see happen in Ghana when it comes to fighting cancers in general? You're only 2 days in Ghana. On your next visit, what would you want to see happen in Ghana in terms of fighting cancer, from education, treatment, and all?
Yeah. At first, have been here for 2 days. I'm going to stay for 1 month.
You've been here for 1 month.
Yeah.
In Ghana for 1 month.
Yeah, for 1 month. We gonna treat patients together. So I give some expertise in things I saw a lot, and I will get new information. What's in here? For instance, also there are a lot of efforts at home, like you said, nutrition. We have a rise in pancreatic cancer a lot. So this probably is due to nutrition. We have a rise in breast cancer in women because they start to smoke. We have a decline in lung cancer in men because they stop smoking. And so all this we can match with the people here in Ghana. I think it's one world and it's one human. So it doesn't matter how you look like, yeah. And so we can inspire each other, I think.
Okay. Well, let me come to you, Mrs. Piasa, one more time. What would you say? I know that you counsel people. You work a lot with Dr. and Mrs. Beatrice Afiade. That's why you're here. If I ask this question, she'll find a way to give me some diplomatic answer. So let me come to you directly with it. What myths about cancer do you frequently hear in Ghana that are completely false, that surprises you? Tell me about some of them. And as a counselor, what do you do to make people understand that, listen, this is just a myth, it's not true?
One of the myths is that once you get the disease, you are dying the next day.
Okay.
So what do? I educate them. Counseling is both on the level of promotive, preventive, and curative. The promotive aspect is psychoeducation. So if somebody comes to say, once I'm diagnosed, I'm dying, then I had to demystify and try to process for the person that is not true. Others are that once you have it, it's contaminable. Somebody can get contaminated or get infected directly from you. So caregivers shy away from supporting. So you have to educate them. There are non-communicable diseases, and that's one of them. So that's one of the myths. It's wunya obi de nisa ka ope no ono so anya bi ɛyɛ asɛm a ɛnyɛ nokorɛ nti na ɛma mmarima no dwane abusuafoɔ atwe wɔn ho nti obi ba saa yɛnam afutuo so ne akwankyerɛ so ma mo sɛ ɛnyɛ saa na ɛte.
But again, you would agree with me that remember, who for papa?
Nokorɛ na waka no.
The Obabage now, no, Bema will drew KJT. Because many times when the men are sick, the women sit and attend to them.
Exactly.
But the reverse is not the case. How do we prove that?
So you prove it by information. Lack of knowledge is why the men shy away and run away. So when you educate them through counseling, and you have to also be careful about the source of your counseling. There's so many things on social media now that are not very healthy for consumption. And so we have to be careful. Go to a professional who will take you through the right information to be able to gather capacity as a caregiver. I mean, if you're talking about men in that direction, don't run away. Rather have the capacity to be resilient, supportive, and caring. And through that, we all help those who are there. And then also foster the awareness creation. The question you asked, Doc, about what would he want to see when he comes next time? Yeah, well, I think that one of them should be that awareness creation is higher. Early detection has advanced than we see now. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. So give the microphone to this fine, handsome, dude here. His name is Luis. Now, Mr. Luis is let me get it right for you. He's a partner with BCI and also a sponsor. All the speeches you've heard, especially when it comes to the Center for Excellence, what's your view of it? What's your take? What do you make of it?
I think it's perfect to make it short. But first of all, let me follow the example of our leaders here. Sorry for occupying the chair a bit late. Sorry for the crowd and the members up here.
Yeah.
In regards to the Center of Excellence, I think this is exactly the direction which we need to take. And it goes for a multitude of reasons. The first one being is in today's world, just simply not judging, but acknowledging the dynamic that we have. It's everybody wants to be on top of the game, on the new wave, on the next new thing. So creating something new, creating the first excellence center in Ghana is very important because why? It brings the attention, and this attention is inevitable to use to then capitalize on it and bring the right people on the table. This is where I want to get to. With the great passion and also motivation it takes to bring such a project up. We heard Dr. Wiafi speaking about just the first phase costing over 10 million, right? To have this, I believe that's what I heard.
Yes, $10 million.
Yes. And for somebody or a group of people to come along and say, "Hey, I will build this here," it takes a lot of strength, right? So my deepest respect at that point. And the importance of it is it allows to create the dynamic I was referencing earlier, because it is only when we have survivors, when we have researchers, when we have investors sitting all on the same table and understanding that fighting cancer is in everybody's interest. It might be for different means. Somebody wants their family to be healthy and their family to have a health system. But even, for example, as an investor, you want to have the top-notch people hires globally. And what do you need to get the top-notch people? Well, you need to make sure that you can offer your employees a great infrastructure, a great health system.
With that said, when you travel out of Ghana, or even when you sit behind and you research, out there, people are willing, ready, and prepared to support such ventures. So you would even have people who are wealthy outside, and then they would come and support us in Africa. Let's say malaria, HIV. There are big, wealthy people who support Africa. We have some people in Africa and Ghana who are also wealthy. How do we get them to buy into such a beautiful idea and support us to have this Center of Excellence? How do we do that?
It's a great question, and one I will answer with pleasure. It goes in continuation of what I just mentioned. You have to acknowledge that or understand what is people's interests. Of course, I would love to sit here and say, oh, everybody wants to do it because they're a good human and a good heart and we have faith in God. And while I hope and beg everyone to go in this direction, we must also understand that in a capitalistic world, people move for capitalistic reasons, especially traveling outside of Ghana, something I very much appreciate about Ghana. You don't have such a strong religious community. So you have to actually stimulate and motivate them with capitalistic arguments, like I just aforementioned, saying, hey, we're building this because it allows us to make it be the start of something much bigger, right? Of getting really top-notch research scientists to come and work here. People here, they're going to be very excited to be part of a research program because they see it as the hope, as a chance moving forward. And with government support, it will also allow us to move over a lot of blockades, which some of the more, let's say, established countries might put forward.
Mrs. Rafiade, let me come to you with this question. Now, before I even come to you, Prof, what role can the church play to drive, encourage, push governments, successive government, not this particular one, to support such beautiful cause?
Yes. You know, if you talk about the church, let us go back to see what the church has already done in terms of health and education in this nation. And we are still doing it. First and foremost, we should complement and collaborate with, like Dr. Adewi. I feel like my Reverend Douglas said, I wish Madam Graphic and her team will visit every leadership. I was actually talking of when I go to Accra, I'm going to make an arrangement for her to meet the leadership of some of these key churches so that she can share her vision personally with them. First, to get opportunity to meet members, the business members in the church and the rest, to share this vision so that they can collaborate. In fact, I was thinking if we can launch Kitwabian promo for the Center of Excellence, where people will give the opportunity, especially in the churches, just like we do our church buildings. People will just use the mobile phone and 10 cities, 20 cities, 50 cities. You don't know how much we can rope in. So we should give her opportunity to meet our people, conventions, conferences, club meetings, to talk about the vision and encourage them also to give, just as the churches have given to some, help all these good hospitals and better hospitals in this country. Two, it is important, we should encourage our people to seek medical attention. Not only cancer, but any other things that they will see. BBF, apomdini biya ho, asofo no so musumuntie bi se mutie mi a. Enye bibia na yede ansa gu nipa nso sunsun wo mo hwi ehwehwehwehwe ngugu wo mo so eka tong sa.
Yeah, that's it. Mrs. Dr. Beatrice Afiade, as we wind up, my question to you is this. Can I go ahead? So, if Ghana had to prioritize just 3 major actions to reduce cancer deaths in the next 10 years, what should they be?
A stand-alone comprehensive cancer center of excellence. We already have the goodwill of our compatriots and our colleagues in high income countries so that we don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
We just have to look at the good practices and bring it home. We need to treat our own people home. Why should every government official who is diagnosed with cancer has to travel abroad? And if you know the amount of monies that they spend, because the person cannot go alone. He or she has to go with 2 or 3 family members. And who pays them? We can push all those monies into the center. We get our collaborators to train our own people and do the same kind of treatment that they are doing in John Hopkins, Harvard, where our people are traveling to. So this is something we can do, a legacy that we can leave for our children and our grandchildren. And nanano madaroma mokabia yetie yɛnhwɛ mo nkurɔfoɔ no a Awurade ato wɔn nsam no na yɛmfa adesrɛdeɛ yi nkɔ wɔn anim. Ɛnyɛ obiara na ɛsɛ sɛ ɔnya cancer a ɔkɔ aburokyire ansa na wakɔsa ne ho yareɛ. Bebree naa ntumi nkɔ. Bebree naa nso kɔ a wɔn nsan mma po. Yɛde wɔn bodies na ɛba. Nti na adɛn na yɛnyere yɛn ho na yɛnya yɛ deɛ na yɛntriti yɛn nneɛma. Research sɛ yɛn a yɛyɛ yɛn own research. Nduro no a aborɔfo no use no bebree nyɛ adwuma ma yɛn. Nti sɛ yɛanhwehwɛ mu a yɛbɛuse wɔn aduro no saa na ɛnyɛ adwuma ma yɛn. Yɛn nyinaa yɛnyere yɛn ho yɛbɛtumi ayɛ. Meda mo ase.
For me, I think that we should even ban the travel of some of our politicians to go outside for treatment. If it's their own pocket money, oh well and good. But if it's going to be state sponsored, no. Because just late last year, Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, they did a kidney transplant. The man is a friend of mine. He's still fine and okay. So why can't we do it here? Because if we prevent them from traveling, they'll see to making sure that the structures here are top notch. That's what it is. At this point in time, we say thank you very much for your time. And of course, to all our panel for joining us. It's been an amazing afternoon. God bless you all. A special round of applause to our chairman as well. Please put your hands together for our chairman for me. And of course, we all know that he is Okufo Dr. Nana Yao Ejeyi II, Paramount Chief of MIM Traditional Council. He joined us this today, representing Otumfuo. Nana, we thank you so much for your time and for your patience. At this point in time, he has a few words for us in terms of the closing remarks. Now, yes, please you can take your seats. Now, before Nana gives us the closing remarks, I'd like to acknowledge Nana Araba Omane Eku. She is Aswanse Fantifor Hima. And we also have Nana Ekuya Nyako from Poma the third. Odium Hema is also amongst us here today. Nana Ata Enchibosiako is Odium Akomo Hene. Representing Odium Hene is also here. Nana Ekuya Abra. Hiriso Hema is here. Representing Edriso Hema. Nana Ya Asantua the second. And of course, Ochami Kwache Champong. Hiriso Chame is also with us here this afternoon. Professor Tony Opoku Ajiman, your presence is very much appreciated as well. Thank you very much and God bless you. At this point in time, our chairman will give us a few words. And our chairman will give us a few words. All right, so before Nana gives us, the closing remarks, I'm told that we have a very short video for our pleasure. So let's feast our eyes on the monitor. So there's less than 2 minutes. Enjoy.
Greetings to you all from Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City, Accra. On this World Cancer Day, we are proud to stand in solidarity with Breast Care International to celebrate the day under the theme United by Unique. We are united with you as we all come together to fight cancer together. As a hotel, it's our pleasure to support Breast Care International with all of the activities that we do throughout the year to raise awareness for breast care and also to support those patients who are unable to pay their bills. We are sorry we cannot join you in Kumasi, but we are united with you as we fight the breast cancer.
February butum na asa betuyen biom na ya ye work Kempinski Gold Coast City ha be health ye support the fight against breast cancer. Yen ye jitu say obi ankwa ho hia na ye bom together ye betumi fight breast cancer.
From Kempinski Hotel Gold Coast City Accra, we are in this together, united by unique, united we fight cancer. Thank you.
Hello?
I bring greetings to you all from Otumfuo, Santehin, on this very important occasion, World Cancer Day. Today we gather to celebrate World Cancer Day, a time to reflect, to learn, and to act. Cancer affects many families in Ghana, in Asanteman and across our nation, Ghana. For many lives, so many lives are lost. And so many lives are also touched by these losses. Often in silence, but we suffer within. The theme for the celebration day is united by unique. We are emphasizing unity, compassion, and collective responsibility in the fight against cancer. The truth is this: cancer is not a death sentence if it is detected early. Many cancers can be prevented, as we have witnessed today from so many speeches, treated or managed when people have the right information and access to care. Yet fear, stigma, and late reporting still cost us precious lives. Let us remember that cancer does not discriminate. It affects chiefs and slaves, kids and adults. Whether you're a priest or not a priest, it can affect you. Various forms of cancer we have been informed today about: breast cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer, liver cancer, among others, so many common in Ghana. But early screening can save lives. Today, I encourage all of us to talk openly about cancer. Let us support regular health checks, healthy lifestyles, and community education. Let us stand with those living with cancer, not with pity, but with compassion and hope. To our chiefs and community leaders, your voices are powerful. Your support can help heal myths and encourage early screening. To our youth, protect your future by making healthy choices today. Nananum, custodians of the land, we should help in protection of our environment. And when you say environment, includes the land, trees, rivers, and people. Combating degradation of our land, particularly through the evil called galamsey, need to be addressed very seriously. We must be totally against galamsey, because through this galamsey, you have so many chemicals, carcinogens, like mercury and others, which infect our rivers and stream bodies. It's very important. I myself, I tend to call myself as an environmentalist, because without the environment, we are no more there. And I need to refer, I think during the panel discussion, there was a mention about food. We all love good food. We like nutritious food. And food also cures body. Unfortunately, so many chemicals have been introduced through fertilizers, weed killers, pesticides, and those things, so much so that some of them contumely that you were talking about are probably infected. Probably you're better off not eating that contumely. This is what we need to come to some terms with. We need protection of our environment. I wish to add further that Nananum are here to work with anybody, like solving these cancer problems, making announcements. That means yebobo dewro amamo. Obia bia yunkru kru wo. If you say nano de yɛne a na ɛhwɛ kurokuro a ɛwɔ asase yi so nyinaa wɔ Ghana ha. Yes, they was here. There was a comment. I think Dr. Ajari is the one who made a comment about forgetting, what did he say? Titisem. Well, I myself, I happen to come from MIM, and it's Busum Group. Busum Kasi or your friend Mimbo. Na, Mimse Dr. Frempong Mansusi when MIM. Heard him say that. And this Mimbo used herbs to cure many diseases. And so when you outright reject Titisema, we may be in trouble. I think what has happened to us in the past is when the white man came and tried to take over our conscience, and we became afraid about all these bosoms and all that. But there's something good in it. There's something good in Christianity. There's something good in everything. We need to sit on the table what good we can extract from tradition and what good we can extract from modern times. I think that Ariafe even mentioned some of the medications don't work for us. What can we do to find a medication that works for us? There was a white man in MIM. His name was Desmond Charman. He had broken bones, knee problems. He went to what do you call Dunsini? I'll have to say Dunsini herbalist. And Ochichiru Suma, Brunio, Ochichiru Suma, Hamachichiru Suma, Emma Bones, at Akama, or course Switzerland Hospital. The doctors were amazed to see the healing. So there's something good on our side. And spiritually, you have to be careful with Nananum. Because of that, if you have all heard about Diabo. It's a very, very dangerous thing to use Diabo. It really works. So you have to be careful there. And as I've said, let's find out from the traditionalists like Nananum what is good for the system, what we can extract from there. We have forgotten our past in a way. I say that because since the white man came, we have adopted their ways and given up our old ways. What I'm saying, I'm not saying it's going to come back. If it's going to come back, it's going to come very slowly. Our customs, ya mamre, ya manie, ye jaituwa, and ye bebre, debia. As I bring my word to conclusion, that where we can help you, Dr. Yafe already knows that MIM Traditional Council has donated a vast land, 10 acres of land, which she had promised me that she'll be coming back to put up something just even for screening and education. There was a number on the screen as we were talking. I think it's off now. The phone number for donation toward the Center of Excellence. Let us all put down that number, and when we go home, we should all send something. At least Nananum are here, and we honor Asante Hine by putting some money in that fund. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nana Chair. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Nana for me. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Nana Abba Kwakwa, Atonsu to Kontanase, Fantefo Oba Hema, also Tufu Hema of Gomwa, Durampong. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Chami Nana Mensa Adas. Okay, is it Adachiame or something? Forgive me if I get it wrong. Then Nana Nanchi Kwating Amenin Kwaso Kuntihine is also here. Chami Apia Kubi, Kwaso Chami representing Kwaso Hene, Nana Osefusu Educhum, and also Nana Edusei Renier the second Dear Swaba, Hima, Kumasi is also here. Thank you very much for all of you, and of course for your time and your presence. As we wrap up, we'd like to invite to the microphone to give to us a closing prayer, Reverend Dr. Douglas Frimpong. Please give us the closing prayer. We began with the Lord God Almighty. We'd love to end with the Lord God Almighty as well.
Shall we all stand on our feet and pray? Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you and praise you for this August occasion. We thank you for all the presentations we've received. We thank you for the awareness we've received, the education we've received. And we pray that even as we live here, we are not leaving your presence. We ask that you lead us to various places of residence. And that, Father, we go from here and advocate for cancer awareness, early detection, and also dealing with the stigma and other myths that navigate against the cure and healthcare. We pray that your blessings will go with us from here, especially for those who traveled far and near to take us to our various places. We thank you for answering. We ask all this in the precious name of Jesus Christ. And now may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and give you peace. In Jesus' name we pray. And everybody said amen.
Thank you very much. And all of you in the auditorium, please remain seated for me. You know, this is Asanteman, the seat of royalty. Would have to, ensure that Nana, our chairperson, before we all take leave of the auditorium. But before we leave, let's take a group picture with Nana Nom from Chawadar, and then to all the dignitaries, you can join us on the stage. So we take their picture. Yes. So whilst we organize ourselves for the picture taking, the regimental band of KSTS, KSTU, Kumasi Technical University, give us some music in the background. Mumbono boko, nye de de bi. So the KSTS regimental band, give us some music in the background. Mumbono softly, my nye de de. Boko. Boko, ewechi.